Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, those that are joining us in the gallery and those that are following along through the town's YouTube channel. Welcome to the first council meeting of 2025. And it is January, and if you look outside, it's almost spring. But we know it's only like December 21st, we actually had the first day of winter, so I don't understand the weather, but we'll take it when it comes, and we'll deal with the after effects of the cold and warm freezes, I guess, comes back and forth. But again, just members of council too, and those that are watching, is that just because it's warming weather out there, our kids seem to be out and playing a lot more, and just make sure that if you see anybody near a storm pond, is to make sure they direct them to be away from the storm ponds. We've had a few instances in the area where somebody has lost, due to the fact that they were playing on a storm pond. So again, caution. It looks hard. The ice is hard, but it's not, because there's always constant water moving on those storm ponds. Yeah. Members of council, welcome to the January 13th council meeting. There is an agenda before you. Councilor Pechko with the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the January 13th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing further to add.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to number 3 is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to talk to council on anything that's not on the current agenda. So if there's issues, concerns, or you just want to highlight something, definitely this is your time to bring forward to council. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through Your Worship, no one has registered this evening.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay, see none, we'll move on. Number 5 of our agenda is statutory public hearings. Today we have 3. So moving on to 5.1, which is the North Business Park, the North Industrial Area Structure Plan. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council. This public hearing presentation is for bylaw 2711 DNP 24 for the North Industrial Area Structure Plan update. As this application deals with an area structure plan, it falls within the neighborhood design tier of the land use planning framework within the town. This proposed update, or this proposal is intended to update the existing North Industrial Area Structure Plan. The proposed update contains the same elements and intent as the original ESP, but simply adjusts the boundaries and servicing concepts. So the next few slides will compare and contrast the existing with this proposed update. In terms of the land use concept, the proposal remains largely unchanged to the existing, as the area is still intended for business industrial use. On the northern portion of this boundary, or the boundaries shown to be adjusted on the northern portion to accommodate stormwater management facility expansion. And there's also an adjustment on the eastern boundary to accommodate traffic circulation and business industrial use. The circulation concept has been proposed, reflects the current and proposed stages for North Industrial Park. North Park Drive is seen going northward and then curving eastward into the adjacent east quarter section. Keystone Drive stems north of North Park Drive into the northern quarter section, and this reflects the conditions as it is today. Slade Avenue is shown extending east to the eastern quarter section, as well as an unnamed Road A, whose name will be determined at a future date, is also shown extending east. This proposal also shows an unnamed Road B, which would be northward extension of 28th Street, north of Highway 16A, and would intersect with Road A. In the existing circulation concept, it shows Boulder Boulevard extending east to the eastern quarter section. However, in this proposal, it terminates. However, connectivity to that eastern quarter section would still be achieved through North Park Drive, Slade Avenue, and the future Road A. The stormwater concept remains fairly similar, with stormwater generally draining from the southeast portion of the quarter section to the northwest. On the north boundary, it shows potential expansion of the stormwater management facility to accommodate the needs of the area. The proposed sanitary concept remains fairly similar with minor adjustments in alignment due to the changes in the road network. The water distribution plan remains fairly similar with minor adjustments again due to the road network. There will still be looping achieved within the area structure plan, as well as allowances for future connections to the east and connection to the south of Highway 16A. A staging plan, which is typically a required element of an area structure plan, was not included in the 2007 version of the area structure plan, and so is being included as part of this proposal. This staging plan reflects both the existing stages and the current stages under development. Since first reading, there have been several minor adjustments to the area structure plan. This includes an increase to the overall area by about 0.2 hectares to accommodate the eastern boundary and the potential road area, as well as slight changes in text and the maps to align with the technical studies done in conjunction with this ASP, including an environmental site assessment, a geotechnical investigation, and traffic impact assessment information. Since first reading, this application has been advertised in accordance with the advanced method of the public advertisement bylaw. This includes a mail out to landowners within a minimum 90 meters of the subject area. On the map shown on the screen, the 90-meter boundary is shown in blue, and the properties circulated are shown in red. As well, this was advertised with a post on the town website and a notification sign on the subject property. The sign being located or being placed on site a minimum 21 days prior to today's date. Today is the public hearing where we may hear feedback from the public. After the public hearing, council may decide on second and third reading. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And I have to apologize because I actually didn't go through the actual order of the public hearing before you spoke and asked you to do the presentation. So as we all know that this is a statutory public hearing. So a public hearing is an opportunity for us to hear from our residents and from the applicants in terms of what is being opposed and what is being amended. This is probably the only public time that members of public get to speak to that. So how it first works is that the applicant gets, or staff gets the opportunity to speak about the presentation. Council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. After that, then it's, then I believe it's then the applicant gets to make the presentation. And then council also gets to ask questions for clear understanding. Then after that, then it's all those that are in favor of the proposed amendment get the opportunity to speak. And then council gets the opportunity to ask for questions for clear understanding. After that, then it's all those that are not in favor of the proposed amendment have the opportunity to speak. And then council gets the chance to ask questions for clear understanding. And after that, then it's anybody that has a general comment regarding the proposed amendment has the ability to speak. And then from there, council gets to ask questions for clear understanding again. When that is completed, the applicant has the opportunity to summarize and close if they like. And again, council gets the opportunity to ask for questions for clear understanding. And once that's done, we'll make sure that we're in line with the MGA. We'll complete our public hearing. And then during business items, during the bylaw later on in the agenda, we'll deal with second and third reading. Administration, I apologize I missed that. So does administration have to re-present the report?
Through your worship, no, I think if council accepts the report as it was presented, that would be acceptable.
Okay. Members of council, my apologies. Are we good with that? Okay. Thank you. I'll move forward then with questions for clear understanding to administration. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to administration for the presentation this evening. I'm looking at page 32 of our agenda package. This is the staging plan. Just to the, I'll let you pull it up there. Thank you. Sort of the west side, I guess, of the larger portion there where Boulder Boulevard reaches stage 5. It's noted on here that this is a dead-end road. But I think when I look at the map, see opportunity potentially for Boulder Boulevard to service any sort of business that gets developed in Stage 5. And so is this intended to remain a dead-end road, or is there opportunity here for this to service as an extra ingress or egress point to the development in Stage 5?
Administration?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. The dead-end road, which is Boulder Boulevard, currently exists right now. In terms of the information that's been presented in the traffic impact assessments, it can continue in that state with potential for an access on there. There's some options that would be developed or decided upon at the detailed design stage, but at a high level, it may continue as that, providing access to the businesses that are on that cul-de-sac right now.
Thank you. And so just for final clarity, there's nothing that would prohibit that road from being extended to service Stage 5. Just the TIA didn't necessitate it being connected at this point.
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, there's nothing that says the road needs to continue through there, I guess is what the TIA had said.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. Questions just for administration in terms of the staging, 4 and 5. If you have the opportunity to drive out there, it looks like Stage 4 is fully in the development stage currently right now, and in terms of Stage 5, there's some earthwork moving there. So, did they get the earth moving permit prior to the dirt being moved around?
Through your worship to all of council, yes, as part of the Stage 4, it does include portions of the other quarter sections as part of that development agreement. So some of the soil balancing and earthworks they've been doing under that development agreement have been for that entire area, including portions of Stage 5, as noted on this map.
Thank you. Councillor Hanser, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want clarification, please. On page 32, the map that's provided, which is the one on the screen, there appears to me to be 2 Stage 5s. Am I reading something wrong? There's Stage 5, the little protrusion that comes up above the bulk of the area structure plan, and then Stage 5 is in the bottom right corner on the southeast corner of that property. With Stage 3 and Stage 1 are between those two. Am I misreading something?
No, that's correct, Councillor Hansard. So I believe that Stage 5 is 2 parts to it. So they'll do both the northern part to extend the stormwater and Stage 5 on the southern part at the same time.
Okay, and am I getting clear then? That little knob that sticks up called Stage 5 is the stormwater retention pond and to allow all the other to take place that's being developed there. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think when we heard first reading, that little extension on Stage 5 to increase the capacity of the storm pond was to accommodate the extra kind of Stage 5 where it kind of bulbs out a little bit more.
Okay. And just so that the public will be able to follow if they are trying to figure it out, the water tends to flow from the south to the north in that area. That's why it makes sense to have the stormwater management pond to the north there, or does it really matter?
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate that, bringing that forward. Again, that's also on, if our residents are watching, it's on page 28 of 217, and that's what Councillor Hansard is referring to in terms of the kind of the storm connections and which way it goes. So thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Hansard. Councillor Kletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to refer to page 18 and page 23. Page 18 shows on Stage 5 a fairly large lot and a smaller lot with a utility right-of-way that runs between the two of them. And when you go to page 23, all that remains is one small little lot, and that utility right-of-way disappears. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Paletzko, the little utility lot there that's shown was planned probably about 15 to 20 years ago when the area was originally done. It was intended to provide water servicing through kind of past that dead-end road. With the new plan and the servicing that's been provided with the bylaw in front of you now, that is not explicitly required right now. It is being provided through the roads to the north, the unnamed Road A, as well as Slade Avenue and North Park Drive will have the ability to provide that water looping all the way into the eastern quarter section down to 28th Street.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just a
Go
little
ahead.
bit further. So I'll refer to number 5 and the dead end. Is that number 5 lot an existing lot that's already been built on, or is that a lot that is absolutely beside that last lot that's there?
Through your worship, Councillor Pletchko, that lot is currently developed. There's a building on there. It's at the very end of the cul-de-sac on the southeast corner of that cul-de-sac. It's been present there for about 15 years, I think, something to that effect.
Okay, thanks for the clarity.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding from members of council? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Councillor Pletchko. That reminded me, on page 18, the plot 27, the extension to the storm pond, was listed as a private owner. I would assume that when it is built in stage 5, we will, at some point, it'll become a town utility.
Your worship, Councillor Myers, that is correct. It's currently part of the northwest quarter section right now, so that area there would be subdivided out of there, and upon that subdivision would be dedicated to the town as a public utility lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. See none. Thank you for the presentation, administration. Okay, then I'll ask the applicants to come down. There is a sign-up sheet. And again, if you have a presentation, I think you have to push a little button to get going. And if you need to speak, you have to push the speak button and make sure the mic turns red before you speak. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and Administration. My name is David Shore from ISL Engineering. We're here representing the landowner, made the application for the area structure plan and the land use bylaw amendment. I'm joined by my colleague, Jesse Skipworth, who did the engineering on the application. We advise administration that we're here to answer Council's questions, should you have any.
Thank you. So you have no presentations to go with this?
We do not.
Okay. Members of council, so the presentation is what the administration presented. So any questions of clear understanding to the applicant? Okay. I do have one question to the applicant. In terms of kind of area structure plans and development, this was kind of approved quite a few years ago, and it has certain framework. I noticed with this amendment was to kind of increase and bulb that out. Was there a reason why that that couldn't have waited until the next area structure plan that came through, maybe in 5-10 years, or was this something that needed to be done to accommodate something?
I would suggest that this, to the mayor and to council, in response to your question about enlarging the plan area, it was necessary in order to accommodate future development within stage 5 of the area structure plan and to accommodate future stormwater management facilities.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Another question to the applicant. And in terms of the kind of the extension of the current area structure plan, did those extensions create enough of a traffic impact that required AT approval?
How about I'll handle the first part and you get the second part? Our transportation impact assessment had to work through Alberta Transportation because their facility is involved, being the highway. And in order to accommodate future development, we'd have to work with them and through them for any approvals. Do you want to take over from there? Yeah.
So yeah, we taking a look at it. Everything's going to be going through AT, obviously, because there will be that intersection at 16A. but that has been accounted, that will be going through that. And that's just to capture based on the TIA, to capture all the connections that would be required to maintain the traffic and the flows.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any more questions for clear understanding from members of council? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure I've got everything straight, and that the public will too then. If this whole area structure plan within the dark dots, and that's on page 23 of 217, we already have some businesses on some of these lots. If I'm not mistaken, the chocolate factory is there, the Golf Biz building, the Alliance Church is in that curve up there. Is the Alliance Church on the lot that has the diagonal lines on it, or is the Alliance Church the big white piece of land up there? The odd-shaped one, right below Lot 5.
Actually, so on page 18, Councillor Hansard, and to the members that are
So
watching.
you want me to go back to 18?
Yes, so Alliance Church is on lot 1.
Okay, so hold on. Would those businesses and buildings get built without an area structure plan in place?
No, Councillor Hansard, so the area structure plan was already in place, and that's developed. So the pieces that we're looking at amending is number 27, which you highlighted earlier, and number 7 that you highlighted earlier as well. So
All right.
as asked, is they just needed to increase the area structure plan areas to accommodate a certain development. Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you. Question for you regarding the intersection that's proposed on, we'll use page 23, I guess. So Road B is the one I'm going to refer to. Does it line up across the road from the current one on the opposite side of the road? And before this development gets approved, does that have to be approved by AT?
Okay, go ahead.
So the intersection of Road B and 16A, it is in alignment with 28th Street to the south. So they will be part of this development at the same time. There will need to be approval through AT to make sure that the intersection meets their standards. But that is something that is more of a detailed design that we'll be submitting once we have all the design completed to do that. But otherwise, it will be based on, the intersection will be based on the TIA that was completed. So all the analysis of that has been completed. That will capture basically all the lanes and layout as required.
If I could
Go
further.
ahead.
So are you suggesting that there may need to be an adjustment to this plan down the road if the TIA doesn't meet what your existing plan is?
The TIA right now currently shows that it should capture the areas. The TIA was just completed, hasn't been dove into if there is any changes as of right now that we're aware of. And the land to the south, the right-of-way there is wider to account future development as far as we are aware.
So again, that's for the Road B you're referring to?
Correct.
The wider part of it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding to the applicants? Okay. See none, thank you for the application. Thank you for answering our questions. Okay, so the next phase of our public hearing is for all those that are in favor of the proposed amendment changes. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the chambers would like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment changes? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase. All those that are not in favor of the proposed amendment changes. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in gallery like to speak against the proposed amendment changes? See none, we'll move on to the next phase, which is all those that have a general comment on the proposed amendment changes. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Thank you. Anybody in gallery like to speak just a general comment about the proposed changes? Okay. Seeing none. Usually now, this is the time I allow the applicant to address anything that was raised in the other sections, but since nobody spoke, there's nothing to be addressed unless the applicant wants to make closing remarks. Thank you. Appreciate that. And administration, we just finished our public hearing. We adhere to the MJ closely enough with my mess up a little bit earlier to kind of make sure that the Alberta government is happy.
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay, thank you. And with that, then I'll declare that public hearing for bylaw 2711/DNP/24 for the North Industrial Area Structure Plan is now closed. Council will do this a little bit later in the bylaws on 8.1. Okay. Okay, moving on to next one, which is 5.2, which is then, again, is the public hearing for bylaw 2712/LUO/24, and this is the North Business Park Stage 5 Land Use Amendment. Okay. Again, the procedure is the same. I will call the public hearing to order. Our staff will make a presentation. Council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. The applicant then gets to make a presentation. Again, council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. After that, then all those in favor of the proposed amendment get the opportunity to speak. And then after that, there's all those that are not in favor. And then after that, then all those that want to make a general comment. In each one of those phases, council gets the opportunity to ask for questions for clarity and understanding. And when we're complete, the applicant gets the opportunity to summarize and make closing comments if they choose. Okay. With that, I declare the bylaw open. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council. This presentation is for bylaw 2712/LUO/24 for the North Industrial Park Stage 5 Land Use Bylaw Amendment. As this application deals with the land use bylaw, it falls within the land development tier of the land use planning framework within the town of Stony Plain. This application is located within the North Industrial Park neighborhood, north of Highway 16A. As mentioned, there are two areas for this stage, one being north of the existing stormwater management facility to facilitate the expansion of said stormwater management facility, and a second portion on the east to facilitate business industrial use as well as roads for circulation. This map here shows the areas of the proposal in context of the proposed North Industrial Area Structure Plan. This proposal generally aligns with the proposed North Industrial Area Structure Plan. More specifically, this application is to redistrict the lands from FD, Future Development District, to P3, Utility District for the northern expansion of the stormwater management facility, as well as redistricting from FD to M1, Business Industrial, to accommodate business industrial use in the neighborhood. And this map here also shows the proposed road network to facilitate circulation for the area. Since first reading, administration has advertised this bylaw in accordance with the advanced method of the public advertisement bylaw. This includes a mail out to landowners within a minimum 90-meter radius. For consistency, this application was circulated to those same landowners for the North Industrial Area Structure Plan. In addition, this was advertised with a post on the town website and a notification sign on the subject property. The notification sign has been on the property a minimum 21 days in advance of this public hearing. This is the public hearing where council may hear feedback from the public. After the public hearing, council may decide on second and third reading. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going to page 72, because this is a clearer picture of the storm pond that currently exists. With the addition of the northern part of the storm pond, are we adding like a secondary pond, or are they going to connect the two ponds together, resulting in construction of the storm pond?
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, they're expanding the storm pond northward into that area.
Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. See none, I just want to ask in terms of the storm pond. I know this council has dealt with quite a few issues with the stability of storm ponds in the north business area and even in the south business area. Has there ever been a conversation with the current businesses along Slate Avenue, the developer and our own staff in terms of kind of the integrity of the storm pond? We've dealt with a few issues throughout the last couple of years.
Through your worship to all of council. Thank you for the question. So we have done some remedial work on some ponds in the area. Particularly this pond, there hasn't been any, to my knowledge, direct conversations with any businesses about the integrity of storm pond. I know our teams do look at our ponds from an aspect of how well they're doing, their health as part of our general management of our assets around town. To best of my knowledge right now, there hasn't been any reports of similar circumstances to past rehabs that we've done.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad to hear that there's been no reports of that. So in terms of this development, so if it passes and the developer, expands it onto lot 27 there to make this happen, currently there's no, as you said, no issues. But what happens in 5 years if there are issues? Let's say a few of the businesses that are in Slate Ave start having issues with their lot and they start falling into the pond. And who is responsible for that?
Through your worship to all of council, like anything else, we express our with any new development. Maybe if I can be permitted just to back up a bit, when we go through new developments with new ponds, or in this case a storm pond expansion, there are standards that we work with the developers on through our municipal development standards to ensure that we're capturing all the required technical and needs of the area and the asset, in this case a pond. With respect to I guess we'll call it the past ponds that we've worked on, that we've learned from. We do pass those on as we into our processes. There are checks and balances that we work with the technical teams from the developer side to make sure we do the appropriate investigations to mitigate any future issues with future ponds or any assets for that matter. Any developer contributed assets, we take lessons from past rehabs and move them forward. With respect to your question about who's responsible for what, we're not putting a proposal forward with this developer intending that we're going to be having that conversation. Certainly we know this developer is in town and has been building the area for quite a while now, and at this time I don't believe there's any reason to suspect that there's indications that we're going to go the same direction as I think what you're alluding to.
Okay, thank you for that my comment to answer. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear myself. I think Councillor Meyer asked the question earlier in terms of the little hashtag, that little hash mark up there. So once that gets developed into an expansion of the storm pond, because it's P3, gets turned over to the town of Stony Plain, then which we become responsible for. So then is our staff making sure that our due diligence is completed with all the technical and I's are dotted, T's across before we assume ownership of that extra piece?
Through your worship, all council, yes, we expect that the developers adhere to our municipal development standards and all of our technical standards that we present to them through the process.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding from members of council? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is going to sound maybe like a bit of an odd question, but we had a snake den that prohibited or delayed some work on one of our storm ponds, I believe, last year. Is this in that same area? And do we foresee anything like that affecting or delaying the development of this particular property?
Okay. Go ahead.
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor, if you're referring to the snake hibernaculum that was a couple of years ago, it is in a similar proximity. That's something that we'll share with the developer to make sure that we're adhering to Alberta Fish and Wildlife's requirements for those sweeps as well. It's not unlike if we're doing, it's the same level of discourse we have around bird's nest searches. It falls in the same category.
Thank you. Thanks for the question, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions for clear understanding? See none. Thank you for the presentation. Move on to the next phase of the public hearing. So this is the time that we allow the applicant to make a presentation and ask questions. So if the applicant can come forward. Hello again.
Good evening.
Anything to add to the presentation made by its staff?
Staff made a great presentation. Staff has been extremely helpful as we've processed through this application. Happy to be here to make this presentation on behalf of the landowner and to the changes that, even though it's a small change to the area structure plan, we're proud of the work that might come forward as a result of the area structure plan changes.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, any questions and comments for clear and understanding to the applicant? Councillor Loynes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. As you've now heard, our concerns over storm pond expansions and snakes and everything else. Do you guys have a contingency plan in place currently if this were to go through as to what your expectations are?
Through your worship, to the councillor, nice to know that there's a historical issue and it's been tracked by administration and council. Through any development that we go through, it would follow municipal standards, but even prior to municipal standards, we prepared a geotechnical assessment report, which would describe any concerns that may arise, and have undertaken a biophysical impact assessment report. So both of those documents would describe how we would implement any construction in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear and understanding? No. I have nothing either, so thank you much. Okay. So moving on with the public hearing. So all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment can come forward and speak. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in gallery like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment? Okay. See none. So this is the opportunity for anybody that wants to speak in opposition of the proposed land use bylaw amendment. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak in opposition of the proposed amendment? Okay. Move on to the next phase, which is anybody that has a general comment on the proposed amendment. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Thank you. Anybody in the gallery like to speak? A general comment to the proposed amendment? Okay, see none. Does the applicant like to make closing comments? No. Okay, seeing none. Thank you for the presentation, staff. Thank you for answering our questions, and thank you for the applicant come forward. Administration, have we followed the procedures listed through the MGA to qualify as a public hearing?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay, so then I'll declare the public hearing for bylaw 2712 for 2712/LUO/24 for the North Industrial Park Stage 5 land use amendment closed, and council will be dealing with this later on under business items 8.2. Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the next public hearing, which is West Area Stage 19 land use bylaw amendment. Okay, so this is the third public hearing we're having this evening, and the procedure is the same. So first, the administration gets to present, council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. After that, the applicant gets to make a presentation and answer questions of clear and understanding from members of council. Then we'll go through all those in favor, all those that are opposed, and all those that have a general comment in that order. And then at that time, council has the opportunity to ask for questions of clarity and understanding. After that, the applicant has the opportunity to make closing comments to address any issues that they heard through the public hearing. Okay. With that, then I'll declare a public hearing for bylaw 2708/LUO/24 for the West Terrace Stage 19 Land Use Amendment to order. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council. This presentation is for bylaw 2708 LUO 24 for the West Terrace Stage 19 Land Use Bylaw Amendment. As this application deals with the Land Use Bylaw Amendment, it falls within the land development tier of the land use planning framework within the town of Stony Plain. This application is located within the West Terrace neighborhood, directly east of Highway 779 and the Genesis on the Lakes neighborhood, south of West Terrace Drive, and west of West Terrace Stages 17 and 18. On this aerial context map, you'll notice that the southern portion of this area contains a wetland. The neighborhood level plan for this area is the Lake Wisteria Estates Area Structure Plan, whose development concept is shown on the screen. This application generally aligns with the Area Structure Plan, as it designates the area for low-density residential, natural area to preserve the wetland, and an adjacent park or open space. More specifically, this application is to redistrict the subject area from FD, Future Development District, to the R5 Small Lot Mixed Form Residential District, P3 Utility District, and the P1 Parks District. The R5 is intended to accommodate low-density residential in the forms of detached and semi-detached dwelling units. The P3 is intended to facilitate extension of the utility services from West Terrace Stage 17. And the P1 Parks District is intended to facilitate trail connections, as well as the wetland area. The wetland area will be defined greater at the subdivision stage and will be designated as environmental reserve. Additionally, this amendment or this proposal also includes an amendment to Land Use Bylaw Figure 3.25.0.13, the lots allowed for zero lot line development. Council has previously approved zero lot line development within the West Terrace neighborhood in stages 17 and 18, whose 3 parcels can be seen on your screen, just west of the, or east, sorry, of the application area. This proposal includes adding areas for zero lot line development and would contain approximately 48 residential lots. It would also facilitate both rear lane access and front lane access zero lot line product. The front lane access would be those portions on the east and south of Stage 19, and the rear lane access portions would be those in the central portion of Stage 19. This application has been advertised in accordance with the standard method in the public advertisement bylaw. This includes a post on the town website, a screenshot of which is shown on your screen, and a notification sign on the subject property. The notification sign has been in place minimum 21 days prior to today's meeting. Today is the public hearing where council may hear feedback from the public, after which council may decide on second and third reading. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clear understanding? Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again to administration for the presentation. Looking at page 111 of our agenda package here, specifically it's the map that sort of lays out the new zoning. You made a reference to the rear lane access, and on this particular map it shows that that rear lane access connects out to, I think it's West Terrace Boulevard there on the north side. Is it intended that that lane would be accessible from West Terrace Boulevard, or are they coming in on the new proposed road and accessing it from the south side there?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, the lane access would connect directly to the collector road on West Terrace Boulevard.
Okay, what, if I may, Mr. Mayor, follow that up? Forgive me, the West Air Boulevard right now is just 2 lanes, is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, Westerra Boulevard has 2 drive aisles and 2 parking aisles along it as a major collector road.
Okay. Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just pick up on that. Thank you for bringing that forward, Deputy Mayor. In terms of that lane access, I noticed that on the first reading, is that in terms of accessibility, safety for residents coming in and out of that stage 19, with the 2 proposed roads coming through there, is that laneway, back laneway, too close to the new proposed road that services stage 19?
Through your worship to all of council, from my understanding, given the fact that there is a parking lane, it would serve as a safe way for residents to access that laneway. I know that there has been some discussion regarding the proposed road being an all-directional, but again, it was okay with our engineering department to allow the all-directional there. So again, the laneway, I think, would serve fine as well.
Councillor Pletchko?
Thank you for that question, Mayor Choi. I want to expand a little bit on that. You referred that to being a parking lane along that line. So now we're going to have people parking along there and people coming out in 3 exits right next to a major highway and a major intersection. Can you explain to me how you feel that is still safe when you're actually going to have people blocking the view from different aspects of that?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko. Again, I'm not a transportation engineer, so I can't speak fully in terms of the technical safety aspects of it in its entirety. Typically, though, we do have examples of this along Highway 779 up in Woodlands, in Old Town. There's similar examples of this where similar situations, I believe it's Oatway Drive, would be a similar situation by which you have a collector road right off the highway that does have laneway access directly onto it right after additional proposed roads. So again, I just give some examples that I'm familiar with that we already have that do function fine to my knowledge. But again, with the collector road, it is a wider area, so that does provide additional space. Again, if there is concerns that are raised, our staff can go and check that out. We can always put parking restrictions if there are concerns from a safety standpoint as well. So I think it's one of those things that's standard practice from our municipal development standards to allow for this. And again, if there's specific site selections that are troublesome or problematic that are identified, we can look at some alternative mitigation factors from a parking restriction standpoint.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just need clarification, please. This very same development, I had a question on page 140 about some information that's provided to us, but it is about this. Should I have to wait until you get to that other portion of the agenda package, or may I ask that question now?
Yep, you go ahead and ask your question.
All right. I was concerned on page 140 of 217, where we have an explanation given that our Planning Advisory Committee for Planning, obviously, was not able to speak into this development because they were in the process of transitioning new members in. And I know that sometimes we may not feel that connected to what the Planning Advisory Committee is doing or their discussions with planning, but one of the things that I do count on is that those members of the public who have been appointed to that committee do get to question and ask about these types of development before they ever get brought to council, so that we know that one set of eyeballs have been on this proposal. Also, council had raised some concerns about 48 zero lot line developments, small small lot developments without knowing what the overall response to the smaller lots that we created in Brickyard would be, because there has not been any real length of time or experience with those. So what I'm wondering is, without the feedback from the Planning Advisory Committee, what assurance is there to council that someone else has vetted this, or at least had an opportunity to speak in to these, into this particular development?
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Then I would say that our staff had the opportunity to speak into it based on our land use bylaws and what council sees in terms of the development that we want in our community. And just a point of clarity, there are no zero lot lines in the Brickyard. So just to make sure that that's clear, there's no zero lot lines in the Brickyard. There's only zero lot lines in South Creek and West Terra Stage 17 and 18.
Okay. So the zero lot line, though, Mr. Mayor, we had that, there was a discussion that council had that we were under the impression, for sure, some of us were under the impression that we had, we were having a development that was going to give us some experience with this before we decided to add another group of lots. These 48 lots are proposed to be zero lot lines, or are they just small lots?
There is a mix of R5. This is all R5 in stage 19, but on the stages that are hashed out, they are proposed as zero lot lines, as our land use bylaw has asked that anybody that wants to put a zero lot line in has to come before council for approval. So that council has the final authority on that.
So we have final authority on these matters because we are watching carefully to make sure we don't create a situation that is going to have more problems than perhaps the value of the development would be. I know council is eager to have diversity in housing, but what is the outcome of this? How will we, is the only way we get answers or feel that we have enough information to make intelligent decisions moving forward into one development after another is if we go ahead with something like this and then 48 lots and then judge after that is built and people occupy and neighbors get to respond to it and traffic is assessed? Is that the only way that we get to make a judgment call on the zero lot lines? And we did have a discussion about what those zero lot lines entail as far as access to the exteriors for maintenance by if you have zero lot lines, somebody else's property comes right to your home, not to your yard, but to your home. In fact, your home may form part of the boundary from the next property. Do we know, or is it something like this that tells us, and is it wise to do 48 lots worth of them for us to be able to make a judgment call?
Okay, so those are good questions, Councillor Hansard. So that would be a good conversation for us during our bylaw debate. If you want to bring that forward, you can definitely bring that forward during debate. However, our R5 zoning is approved by council through the land use bylaw, which is located on page 91 of 2017, if council wants to look at it. And also the restrictions or the criteria for zero lot lines is also found in our agenda package on page 95 of 2017. 95 of 217. Thank you. And Councillor Hansard, I think you were not part of the previous council when council added this in. Zero lot lines came into FAD about 10, 15 years ago. The town of Swimming Plain chose not to allow any zero lot lines until we studied what happened in other municipalities. Once they were in other municipalities, we went and had those conversations with those municipalities, found out what was working, what was not working, and when we came back to council, we came back with a formula that we addressed the majority of the issues that happened in other municipalities that put it in right away. But this council prior decided that they wanted an extra hand and figure on this. So we want to make sure that everything that comes for approval gets a second view from members of council. Okay?
So, Mr. Mayor, any further questions I can bring up as we get to this later?
Yes, if you want to ask questions for clear understanding, if you want to kind of debate the validity, or if you want to have extra or more, that'll be done in 8.3. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just quickly through you to administration, in relation to this, there is delegated authority from council to administration for the development authority. And so when we're seeing this today, are we seeing this today simply because it is going from FD to R5, or is the only reason that this has superseded the development authority that's been given to administration that this is appearing today is because the R5 is proposed to have zero lot line product?
Mr. Chair.
Through your worship to Councilor Lowry, I believe it is both is a simple answer. In essence, the rezoning before you is to change the FD to P1, P3, and R5 with some proposed road. And then in addition to that, as council has so asked and is part of our land use bylaw, there's a restriction in the area of town that the zero lot lines can be applied to. So the other portion of this bylaw is expanding that area as denoted by the dotted area as on the map on the screen.
Excellent, thank you. But what is being proposed fully complies with the land, or with the area structure plan and the original proposed use of this land?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for clear understanding? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a chance here to pull up a map, and so I just want to make sure that I'm seeing these entrances into stage 19 correctly. I'm on page 103. Oh, actually, this map can probably work too. The proposed road on the west side here, if I'm not mistaken, will extend across in line with West Terra Loop. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, the proposed road on the west side closest to Highway 779 is directly south of the West Terra Loop Road that is on the north side of West Terra Boulevard. So yes, it does directly align across there.
Sorry, thank you. And then the east side of West Terra Loop actually connects to, I think it's stage 17, which is West Terra Wind there. And so this proposal would then add an alleyway entrance and an additional road access into stage 19 in between there, I guess. And so I guess that's just more of a statement than a question. You had mentioned there was some parking along here as well, a parking lane. Does that extend all the way to 48th Street? Or where on this map would that parking lane start?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson, typically the parking lane goes approximately to the intersection of Highway 779 and West Terra Drive. But again, there is an area there that parking would be restricted based upon the curve of the road and the stop sign.
Thank you, and that's what I'm looking at on the map is, by my best judgment, one of these roads is going to come out just at the curve, the laneway there, and certainly having that as street side parking could present some significant issues, so I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. I have a question for administration. In terms of, again, I'm not extremely keen on the rear lane access onto a main arterial road within our community. I notice other municipalities that are similar to us that have developments that butt onto a major arterial is that they bulb out the back lane so that it does not have access to that main lane. Knowing that this is a fairly busy road in terms of parking and drive, having 3 additional accesses to that short area raises concerns for myself. So I don't know if members of council and administration know Spruce Grove very well, but if you look at Nelson Drive, that drive butts onto a main arterial, which is Jennifer Highway. There is some houses that are rear lane access as well, because Nelson Drive is a major road, but so is Jennifer Howe. The back lane comes through to the end, but does not punch through to Jennifer Howe. There's a little bulb out in the cul-de-sac in the back, allow people to turn around and get back out. So I think, for me, in terms of safety, in terms of our residents, and then people, future residents that will be living in that area, I think it's going to be safer. So did our staff have a conversation with the developer saying, can we make it safer for our community to do that?
Through your worship, all council, as noted before, the proposed road on the west side there that is across from Westera Loop, there was some discussion internally about any concerns that would be regarding that proximity to the highway intersection and Westera Boulevard. Again, it was not necessarily preferred, but it is, in the circumstances here, reasonable to allow.
Okay, I'll think about that, but go ahead, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. But I just want to follow up on that from a concern perspective on here. And so question through you to administration is simply, if constructed as designed, if it moves forward as it's shown with that rear lane, at any given point in time, consideration of the traffic flow and a change to the traffic patterning there can be enacted. Something like turning it into a one-way, turning it into a right in, right out, or simply closing that access with, say, a barrier of some type, whether they were Jersey barriers or anything, and only then allowing access to and from that lane from what would be the southern portion on the interior of the new proposed road. That would all be on the table for consideration if it was constructed as designed and there were issues that arose beyond what's already been identified.
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie and all of council. So the short answer is yes. We upon accepting the roads, if they were built as presented today, that any and all roads within the town's purview, we have options to make operational changes if we're seeing issues. This can be as simple as signage changes with no parking signs if we're seeing a warranted issue developing in and around sightlines or nuisance parking for that matter. It could be operational changes to flow of traffic through most any roads. Those are not things those are not things we aim to do at the get-go when we're working with developers. We do work with our development community and the developers' proposals to make sure that they fit the expectations of the area that they're going into, the safety and access of the people that are currently living there as well as those that will live there. I will add, just for some additional comment, if I may, Your Worship, there's a number of different standards that we do look at through our process with developers, and at the time, this is more of the land use planning part of the portion. We haven't gotten to the detailed engineering review, but a couple of considerations that we look at. We do look at the geometric design guide with Transportation Associated of Canada. We do consider highway capacity manual. We do consider, and those things allow us for certain design criteria, which I don't want to get too technical here, but there are a number of different parameters that we work with the developers' engineers on to answer those questions and say, should we have an approved roadway here? How do we make sure that it's safe for operation of those that go and live and access the location? As the manager of planning noted, although it's not clear in this picture, the proposed road on the west side does align and doesn't skew with the existing road across the street. Those are things that we work with developers to make sure we don't invite early problems that we can prevent before these proposals hit council and for decision, and especially in public hearings or bylaw expectations. So those are comments that we are going to be keenly looking and working towards with the developer throughout this process, and it'll be top of mind as we talk about the transportation network.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Fletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm getting to feel that we're almost getting close to debate, which should be part of the package that we get down the road, but I'm going to make a real simple question, simple. If we deal with this at this point in time, the cost is bared by the developer. If we take this to the next level where we're trying to change it down the road, that cost becomes a cost of the community, correct?
through your worship to Councillor Pledgko, if there are costs after the 2-year warranty period is done, yes, those would be borne by the town as opposed to something that would be within the 2 years once an infrastructure is put in place by the developer where that is under warranty.
So just to be crystal clear, so if we deal with this issue at this point in time, this is the developer's cost. This is not bared by the town in any way, shape, or form.
Through your worship to Councillor Pledgko, yes, so if there were changes made by council or requested by council at this stage, there's no hard costs that have been borne by anybody. It'd be changes to the plan if that was council's direction.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And that's a nice quick question. Again, I think just to kind of bring everybody back to, we're doing with the land use amendment, so we're looking at rezoning the FD to R5 and then also the proposed laneways. The commentary that we, in terms of access, can be conversation in 8.3. Again, that will be left out to our administration to bring back council's concerns with the developer during the final detail phases. So it was good commentary around the table regarding some of the concerns that we see as members of council. Members of council, any other questions for clarity and understanding on the presentation? Okay, thank you for the presentation. Right, so we're moving on to the next phase of the public hearing. This is the time for the applicant to make a presentation and answer questions. So if I can have the applicants come forward. There is a sign-up sheet. And again, there is a button for you to push to speak, and make sure the red light is on before you speak. I think you've been here quite a few times, so before you start, if you can just introduce yourselves. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christine Lee, and I am a project manager here at Qualico Communities, and I will be presenting in support of the Westera Stage 19 redistricting application. I also have with me here Jamie Kolarchuk, who is my colleague who has been involved in our Stony Plain neighborhoods as a project manager for a number of years, and he's also here to answer any questions. So Qualico has been developing in the Westera neighborhood for nearly 20 years, and we are now planning in our final stages of development in the southwest portion of the neighborhood just east of Highway 779. Stage 19, that is highlighted in green, is located directly west of Stages 17, which was serviced and registered in 2023, and Stage 18, which was approved last year. In Stage 17, all the lots are now either built or in process of being built. There is one show home along with 16 spec homes under construction and 14 homes that have already been sold. In Stage 18, subdivision and redistricting was approved last year, and we plan to service it this year. Given the market in the last 3 years, with the recent increase in new home sales in the region and the migration levels are expected to remain high, we are planning Stage 19 at this time to ensure that we have adequate supply of new lots in Westera. In terms of housing diversity, Stage 17 consisted of front drive semi-detached lots and the zero lot line amenity lots that back onto the green space. Stage 18 provided slightly different but complementary options to Stage 17. It will have standard front drive single detached amenity lots backing onto the natural area, and the zero lot line lots will continue south of the semi-detached block. The decision to alternate the zero lot line overlay with the west to the east side of the road is to be able to provide a variety of housing options and price points. Stage 19 now will see more options for housing as well. We have brought back more semi-detached front drive options with zero lot line amenity lots backing onto the green space. There will also be an introduction to zero lot line rear detached housing products, which is not yet seen in Stony Plain. We are also including a block of zero lot line front drive backing lots onto the natural area, which will add to the options and price points for this neighborhood. Specific lot types in gray that you see in the diagram have not been defined yet, but will remain in the R5 district, which aligns with the urban growth pattern in the Stony Plain Municipal Development Plan and the Lake Westera Estates Area Structure Plan. So this map identifies the redistricting area. To summarize, in this stage, we are proposing to continue the R5 district to the west of Westera towards Highway 779, and we are proposing a different mix of housing types and price points options from Westera 17 and Stage 18. We have also applied the zero lot line overlay to more blocks to bring more diverse housing options to the area. This will include semi-detached products, zero lot line front drive access, backing green space, as well as zero lot line lane housing types. This is the only area in West Sierra and Stony Plain with zero lot line options. With this redistricting, we also believe that we are supporting the Housing Accelerator Fund to bring on housing faster with more diverse and attainable housing types. With this application, we are also proposing to redistrict the natural area and associated park space as P1 Parks District and P3 Utility District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we are happy to answer any questions right now, and we will be available during the second and third reading for this item should council have any additional questions. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Members of council, questions for clarity and understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here in the presentation. My question comes out of your presentation, but I'm actually going to direct it to administration. If this passes second and third reading, does that then approve zero lot lines for the entire development here of stage 19, or just the specific lots that are identified in our agenda package?
Your worship, to Councillor Anderson, it's just those that are identified in the package. Those are the areas that are changes to figure 325-013, which is required to allow administration to apply those to those areas.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, as the presenter noted, the west side of that was future concept. So just for clarity, if there was the desire to add some zero lot line there, that would need to come back for approval at that time.
Your worship, to Councillor Anderson, that is correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. Thank you. Councillor Meyer?
Yes, thank you, and through you to our presenters. At the beginning of your presentation, you quickly went over the development stages. 17, you said, had been all built out. Stage 18, I didn't quite catch.
Through to you, Councillor, Stage 18 is currently planned to be serviced this year.
Okay. And then just on a separate topic, looking at the map there, I know our rules for zero lot line, the idea of not putting it across the street from another zero lot line. And while I appreciate that this follows kind of the rules per the letter, you do have the zero lot line across the street from each other there. I'm just wondering if you can explain your rationale there, why you wouldn't maybe have staggered it.
So the reason for zero lot line on both sides is because they are different products. The one on the east side right now is provide us front drive access, and the one on the west is rear drive access. So what that means is that you will actually have a row of parking right in front of those rear drive access zero lot line lots because the access is going from the alley. So they are different product types.
Okay, and sorry, so the rear access, is that like a parking pad, garage? What does that look like?
That will be determined based off of the development of the builder. Well, maybe Jamie can speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meyer. Just, I guess to take a step back, typically the reason that you would restrict, the restriction would be on front drive access, rear lanes, and having them across from each other, because that would sort of limit the amount of on-street parking. So allowing rear drive or laned options on the other side, it opens up that side of the street for on-street parking. So that's the reason for having for taking this approach and having it across the street. But with respect to what the parking would look like on those lots, typically you might see a mix. Some home buyers might choose to start with a parking pad and construct a garage at a later time. Some might have a parking pad, and that's what they have, and others may decide to build their garage right from the get-go when they build the house. So we see all of those options as far as what you could expect, but that's what we would envision there, and typically that's how we would see it develop out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pletchko?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you this evening for coming out and presenting. It's always exciting to hear what Qualico's doing within our community, but it's always a bit of a struggle for us up at council to hear new aspects of what's coming to our community as well. So we like to be well informed. You did make reference to stage 17, and Councillor Meyer brought it up, that is completely sold out.
Right now, all the lots have been allocated, through to you, Councillor. All the lots have been allocated to builders. So there are builders allocated to every one of those lots. Right now, about the lots that are sold, about half of the duplexes are sold along with half of the zero lot lines in the area. Everything else right now are being built either as show homes or spec homes.
So each one of the lots there will have a home on it within the next year, then
Yes, that's the hope.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why we're seeing the R5 total for the future lotting concept, 3 access points to it right along a main roadway, when we haven't seen the future of stage 18, which is what you presented to us not that while ago, which when at that point in time, we extended the zero lot line access to that portion of it to see how that would look for a community of our size. And yet we're taking the next step, and we haven't finished another step within our community that you made reference to, that this is the only zero lot line area, which is not true because you have another approved area in South Creek as well that's zero lot line. So I'm just kind of a bit confused there.
Sure. Through you, Mayor Choi, to Councillor Pletchko, I think there were a few questions there, so I'll try and answer them. Maybe not in order, but the question regarding why proceeding with planning and zoning for an additional stage when stage 18 hasn't been completed. So the reason for that is because typically between the time that we start planning and the time that you have houses built and people buying and living in those houses is 2 years. So last year, based on the number of lots that we had in stage 17 and the few left over that we had north of Westera Drive, when we took that into account and the number of lots that we were servicing and registering in South Creek as well, we felt that we had enough supply at least for that year and to see how things go into this year. Now we're seeing that the sales velocity has been faster than we had expected. And so while we do have a stage approved in stage 18, we may actually need to be in position to service additional lots in Westera this year just based on sales volumes. So that's why we're bringing this stage forward, to make sure that it's ready should there be enough demand to proceed with construction of a part of it this summer. So hopefully does that answer the question about why we're proceeding to this? Okay, so the second question about, the comment regarding zero lot line in South Creek. Yes, it's true, you're correct that we do have zoning approved for a portion of a stage in South Creek. However, there was, at the time the conversation was there were 2 options. One was to proceed with that stage, one was to proceed with a previous stage that had been zoned. And we could only proceed with one without the secondary access or having some sort of resolution to the second access to the neighborhood. We ended up proceeding with the other stage just due to the feasibility of that. So we didn't actually service, we don't actually have any additional lots that are zero lot line serviced outside of Westera. So I just wanted to provide that for clarity, I suppose. And then the third question regarding, I guess you touched on the access to Westera Drive again. Why we're proposing 3 accesses onto Westera Drive with this stage. So looking at it, the westernmost access was planned for years, since the stage north of Westera Drive was built. The access was designed with that stage. It was constructed with that stage. If you drive in, you'll see there's, turning stubs in, and there's actually underground servicing stubs that extend into where that will be. The introduction of the lane is new, and that is to provide that different option of the laned zero lot line lots and housing. The questions that we heard to administration regarding access spacing between the lanes and the roads and the highway, I think one thing I just want to clarify, because it didn't come up, was Westera Drive was referred to as an arterial roadway. It's actually a collector road. So if you think of the main road that goes through the Brickyard or South Creek Drive, these are collector roads. They're intended to function as roads that sort of filter local traffic towards the arterials. So the idea is Westera Drive is it's taking the traffic from the neighborhood, filtering it towards Highway 779 in this case, right? But with respect to spacing of access points along those roads, there are standards that we do need to meet, and we do ensure that through the engineering process as well. But when we're getting closer to proximity to Highway 779, I think there are different measures that can be taken if there's concerns, such as no parking signs for some of those roads that are siding onto West Park Drive. I know that kind of goes beyond the scope of your question, but I wanted to address it because I get a sense that that's going to be a topic of concern that continues later on.
Good.
Anything else?
Yes, if I could. Greatly appreciate the clarity on what you're talking about and what you're doing. So I want to take you back to the last time you sat in front of us. We talked about a division just across the street from us, from where you're proposing this R5 zone, that was hard to sell. When I drove through there the other day, it's completely almost sold out. And I'm understanding that there's a number of people looking at the rest of the lots that are there that will make that subdivision sold out, which is single family residential lots, which are more of our traditional stuff in Stony Plain. And yet I'm not seeing anything coming for the future from Qualico, more along the traditional lines of what has built Stony Plain over the last 40 years. Is there a plan to make that next step into a residential lot, single family?
Through Mayor Choi to Councillor Plechko, the yellow and orange lots, while they are zero lot line lots, they are all single detached still. So they do still accommodate the same type of house that you would typically see on in the previous stages as well. It's just that those regulations related to the side yard required on both sides of the lot, are reduced on the one side. So I understand the question, will we provide more of those types of standard single detached lots with side yards on both sides? The best response I could provide right now is, we don't see the demand for those types of lots going away. What we have seen is it's being reduced. And it's being reduced because we're just seeing demand for greater variety. And it's not just singles, it's semi-detached, it's townhouses, more compact lots, but we are definitely not seeing as much demand for larger lots. So we do still have a few of those available.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Just one more, if I could.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So going back to that, I'm going to ask the same question I ask you every time. What is the advantage to the zero lot line? What, in an area like this, what does the developer gain by adding zero lot lines? And what does the developer gain for the client who wants to have a home? How much of a savings is there opposed to the traditional lot along with the zero lot line lot? Because you just said you can build the same home on it. So there needs to be, to help me understand this a little bit better, what is that saving for the people today? If you're paying $500,000 for a house on a traditional lot, what is the cost associated to this lot?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Choi, to Councillor Palechko. So the cost savings comes in the savings in the width of the lot. When we sell a lot to a home builder or a buyer, we sell it by the front foot. And the reason for that is because when we service it, our costs are based on lineal feet or lineal meter for road and pipe and sidewalks, et cetera. So what you're saving on that zero lot line lot is essentially 3 feet of side yard, which I hate to put a number to it because it is going to change every year, but in Stony Plain it could be in the range of, say, $12,000 to $15,000. In some municipalities, it could be $20,000 or more. But that's just to give you a ballpark, right? And so what that might do is it might give somebody who would otherwise have qualified for a semi-detached home or a mortgage in that price point, it might give them the ability to jump up into a single detached home. And that's sort of where you see that biggest jump up is in that buyer.
Thank you, Jamie. I never mean to put you on the spot when it comes to dollars and cents. It's just to help people understand where the thought process comes in our thinking when we're making changes to development within our community that people are very much traditionally used to.
Yep.
Councilor Lorry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to go back to the question of clarity that I had, and this went back to when there was discussions around the parking. This is more so for our administration, and so I'll just ask through to our administration. When we talk about the rear lane product, we talk about the parking that's provided in the rear lane product. No matter what, when it's R5, there is a requirement through the land use bylaw for a certain number of parking stalls to be directly on the property, correct?
Through worship to Councillor Lorry, that is correct.
Right, so
2 parking stalls are required per lot.
Right, so whether those are front drive, whether they're rear drive, what have you, the provision for parking is still provided on the property itself.
Through worship to Councillor Lorry, that is correct.
Excellent. And then, so for clarity then, back to our presenters, is what you're saying is that the intention of this is actually to create a situation where you would see increased parking because you still are meeting the land use bylaw by providing the parking on site, but because you've moved it to a rear lane, you are now opening up more parking along the front street. Would that be correct?
Through you, Mayor Choi, to Councillor Lorry. I wouldn't say that necessarily there will be more parking. It's providing more on-street parking for sure. However, typically with a rear detached garage, you're not getting the additional driveway, right? So some buyers may choose to put a parking pad behind a garage, others may not. But, to answer your question, the parking requirements will be exceeded for sure, and there will be on-street parking at least along the entire length of that orange street or orange block.
Excellent, thank you very much. And then moving on to the next question of clarity, and this is in reference to a question that Councillor Palechko had just asked, I guess in more so our traditional R1, R2 type zoning. Qualico currently does have that in the town of Stony Plain and available lots in Silverstone, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Lorry. I can't recall off the top of my head the zoning in Silverstone. However, we do have, I guess, if you're referring to the question regarding more traditional lots with 2 side yards, yes, you are correct. Whether those were R2 or R5, I don't recall, but they do have, and as well, again, going back to the South Creek note that I mentioned earlier, all the lots backing onto the storm facility, for instance, that we serviced and registered last year. Those are all standard double side yard lots as well. I appreciate you bringing that up because we do work with similar builders, or pretty much the same builder group in both neighborhoods. And so when we're looking at different types of lot allocations, we do consider both neighborhoods in the context of one another.
Excellent, thank you. And Mayor Choi has just pulled it up here. And so Silverstone is zoned R2, so our traditional zoning. And that brought me back to the part of the question that I had, because you mentioned about the sales in Westera outpacing expectations, but I know just by driving through the area that Silverstone doesn't seem to be moving at the same pace on those traditional lots. Would that be a correct assessment?
Through you, Mayor Choi, to Councilor Laurie, that's correct. Velocity in Westera is significantly outpacing that of Silverstone.
Okay. Just want to make sure that the rest of mine aren't for clarity. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of Council, any more questions and comments for clarity and understanding? Councilor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear. I want to be real clear about something because I feel like we're having all this discussion, but we're missing part of the numbers that are necessary to have a clear understanding. When we're talking zero lot line, typically, how wide is that lot?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Hansard, excuse me. The typical zero lot line lots that we have proposed in stage 19 range from, this is in meters, so hopefully that works, 7.09 meters to 9 meters basically in width. So for context, a typical semi-detached lot might be sort of in that range, 7.5 to 8 meters. So just for context, I don't know if that helps.
Mr. Mayor, may I continue? It's interesting. We have the same issue in real estate. We talk meters, but people don't think meters. And often they don't think metric. So most single-family lots are about 33 to 36 feet wide. I just am rounding up because I realize a meter is bigger than a yard, and yards is feet, and let's forget the yardage and the meter measurement. If we say roughly 7 meters is 21 plus feet, and 9 meters is 27 plus feet, we're talking in what language that people understand, 21 to 27 feet wide. Where in normal, without the zero lot line, where you can have the boundary right up against the home in the zero lot line, you might have 33 to 36 feet. A really wide lot in today's world would be a 50-foot wide lot. So when you say we're saving, there's a savings available of $20,000, how much of that is getting passed on to the buyer? And how much of it is a savings for the developer in their pocket? And not that we resent people who come and help us grow our town, but I'm just wondering, is it really a savings to the buyer of significance, or is it really a savings on both sides, the developer and the buyer?
Through Mayor Choi to Councillor Hansard, just for clarity, I didn't say $20,000 in Stony Plain, but regardless, I think with respect to lot sizes, we're typically seeing lot sizes, lot widths being less than, say, 36 or what you had mentioned. I have some of our previous stages here, and I'm just converting it in my head because I have the house pocket sizes. And typically, you're seeing single detached homes in pocket sizes ranging from 22 to 26 feet for front garage and 18 to 20 or 22 feet for the rear garage. So you do the math and add your either 5 feet or 6 feet to the to the either side, and that's kind of how you come up with the width. But regarding the cost savings, that goes directly into a reduction in the price of that lot. So when we're selling that lot, we're selling it at a reduced price. If you had a standard lot across the street, that's where the savings would be. In terms of looking at a block and cost savings, it actually costs us more to develop a block of zero lot line lots because we have 1 or 2 additional services on that block because we're getting 1 or 2 additional lots. But the trade-off and benefit for us is that we're bringing to the market an option that is in higher demand, and it allows us to sell them at a faster rate.
Thank you for that. I think it does answer some of the, why do we even talk about this? Why do we even bother with these kind of lots? And it is helpful, and it is a savings to people as long as the developer shares it appropriately with the buyer of the home. And so for that, I think we can be grateful that we have an opportunity to offer more reasonably priced homes if we really care about helping people to move to our community and enjoy all the benefits of living in Stony Plain. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hanser. Any more questions for clear understanding to the presenters? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again for being here this evening. This is maybe a quick question and maybe needs a little bit of speculation, but you talk about the zero lot lines being in greater demand. Other than the cost savings itself, is there anything about the zero lot lines that buyers are finding attractive or that's drawing them to that specific product? Or is it the cost savings really what is driving people to choose that product at a higher rate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Anderson. It is primarily the cost savings that is driving that. I think most people, if they had their way or preference, would choose more space. Even with standard lots with side yards on each side, you still hear, well, how come these are so close to each other, right? But the reality is that, on any given lot, a buyer can choose to, let me rephrase that. A buyer can choose to buy a bigger lot and build a smaller house and have more space between them and their neighbors. Typically, they don't. They buy the smallest lot they can possibly buy and put the biggest house they could put on that lot. And that's typically how people are buying houses right now.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And if I may, it is interesting because you think about, I think the number you had mentioned was 13 to 15,000, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of cost savings. You think about how much of a smaller house would you need to realize or actualize that same cost savings, right? If we're looking at, I don't know what the size of these houses are, but, say 1,600 square feet, how much smaller of a blueprint would a home need to be to realize those same cost savings? Now, I know that depends on custom builds versus spec homes and those sorts of things, but do your builders offer a smaller footprint that they could put on these lots, or are we kind of looking at something that's standard and they're picking from, I know sometimes it's, they're having to choose from 2 or 3 different floor plans, and so I guess the question is, are the builders making smaller floor plans available to buyers when we're looking at lots here in town?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Anderson. For sure, our builders offer a variety of floor plans. In fact, when we were having previous conversations about some of the lots on the northern side of Westera, I was looking through the lots that had sold recently at the time to see how big they were and the size of house they accommodated versus what was built. And we were often seeing houses or lots that were 1 wide enough to accommodate 26 or 28-foot wide houses being built with 24-foot wide houses, just with, say, a wider garage, or the garage offset a little bit so that it gives the appearance of a wider house, but the house itself was actually only 24 feet wide. So the way we set up our lotting is really based on the sizes of houses that builders are offering, which is why you see the variety going from 18 feet wide to 26 and 28 feet wide. And then, you know, if there's something in between, or if someone does want that space, they definitely can buy a larger lot and put a smaller building on it if they want.
Thank you for that, and I'll just finish with the comment, and certainly I don't work in the industry at all, but, you know, I think the biggest question I get asked around supply of housing in our community actually is looking for more of a bungalow style, not looking for that two-story, and that's sort of anecdotally in my experience and the people that I'm familiar with. And so if that's the question I hear, I always find it interesting that industry is hearing something a little bit different, looking for the narrower, which often implies that we're building up as opposed to a bungalow style home. But appreciate your time and look forward to the discussion a little bit later.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding from members of council? Okay. And just one question in terms of the proposed housing types that you have on the screen right now. That future development that says R5 housing type to be determined. So are you asking to have that rezone R5 right now, or you wanted to leave it as future development to be dealt with at another time?
Through to you, Mayor Choi. We are asking for that whole future lotting concept in gray to also be rezoned to an R5 at this point.
Okay, so it's not housing type to be determined. It can be R5, which everything that's allowed in R5 can be built in those areas.
Correct. So for clarity for the housing types, it's just we haven't decided whether or not the R5 will be a semi-detached product versus, you know, a single detached product right now.
Okay, thank you. And I think with R5 allows you to go up to row housing up to 6 units. So you have that flexibility from single detached standalone houses to duplexes to threeplexes to fourplexes to fiveplexes to sixplexes. Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I had. Any more questions? Councillor Hanson?
With your question, we're looking at colored lots and a description, although it's all captured in a red line. You wanted clarification on what's happening with the gray piece, and they're telling us now that is also R5. Is that anything different than what they came into council chambers with in our package and in our presentation?
Councilor Hanson, no, it's not. It's the same thing that they came with first reading and this presentation again. So on page 86 of 217, it shows that the request is to change that land from FD to R5.
Okay, thank you. That was for the public.
Great, thank you. Okay, any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. See none, thank you. Okay, moving on to the next phase of our public hearing. So all those that are in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment can come forward and speak now. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment? Okay. Seeing none, move on to the next one. All those that are opposed to the amendment can now speak. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw amendment? Okay. So then, next phase is anybody has a general comment about the bylaw amendment. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak a general comment to the proposed land use bylaw change? Okay. Seeing none. Does the presenter need to summarize anything? The applicant? No. Okay, with that, I think that concludes our public hearing for the land use bylaw 2708/LUO/24. Administration, have we proceeded with the MGA to meet the requirements?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay, so I'll declare the bylaw public hearing closed. We'll do that with an 8.2 later on our agenda. Right, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the time, let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at 6:56. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, and those that are joining us in the gallery and then watching it later through the YouTube channel. Members of council, we just finished our public hearings, so moving on with agenda number 6, which is the adoption of council minutes. Councilor Loyens, please.
Town Council approved the December 9th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Yeah. Thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. Any errors, omissions, or questions regarding those minutes that are presented? Okay. I do not have any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Moving on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. We're looking at 7.1, which is the Breeding Foundation. Councilor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you. The Town Council received the council board and committee minutes for information.
Thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. Any questions, comments on those minutes? Councilor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through to the representative of the Meridian Housing Foundation. I got a couple of questions that kind of concern me a little bit. When I read through it, and I'm referring to page 126 of 217, you refer to cost affordability indefinite, and I'm just curious how you make it cost affordable indefinite, how that is calculated, and then a few pages later, you talk about rents going up.
Okay, on that page 126, you said, Councilor Plechko?
Yeah. Oh, maybe it wasn't one.
Do you have an item number, like business item, 6.1, 6.2?
Just wrote 126 down, sorry. Is it 125, 5.2?
So on page 125 of 5.2, where it says the goal of these efforts to maintain partnership with City of Spruce Grove to deliver multi-unit affordable housing development for families where units remain affordably indefinite. That one?
That's the one, yes, thank you.
Okay. So when we're talking about affordable housing, they're talking based upon how the government perceives to be what is affordable. So we take into account a percentage of your income that you can spend on housing for affordability. And as the province dictates that and the federal government dictates that, we are just making it so we are in line with what they're talking about for affordable housing to ensure that there is something out there for affordable. Not just rent subsidized, not just rent controlled, but the difference in those between affordable and all of those. That is what it's talking about. And then maintaining what increases to rent needs to happen in order to maintain the buildings. Because there is no real profit when it comes to affordable housing or rent-controlled housing. So the rent increases just go to maintain the building.
Yes, exactly. And I just ask members of council to speak directly into the mic. You're not talking to an individual councilor, you're talking to council as a whole, and everything goes to the mayor. So if you can actually speak directly into the mic so that the rest of council can hear it as well.
I apologize. I was stating that the affordable housing is what this is talking to. As we, as municipalities, don't set the rates for what is affordable. Affordable is defined by your income. So that is talking about what the province and the federal government decide is considered to be affordable. We don't control that. We just want to make it so there is affordable housing out here. And that is what this project in particularly talks about. Then on the next page where it talks about rent increases, that is for all the other housing. And every year they go up similar to taxes and such.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm just looking for some clarity here between the sections that Councillor Plechko referenced in 5.2, the Spruce Grove Family Affordable Housing Project, versus where the rent increases are listed for the Meridian Foundation Seniors Housing. Those are two totally separate things, correct? So the City of Spruce Grove, what you're talking about is a separate project that the City of Spruce Grove has partnered with Meridian Housing Foundation with. It is not the Seniors Lodge housing, which is provincially mandated and controlled. It is kind of a separate, wouldn't say separate entity, but it is outside of the scope of what is required under the provincial legislation.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hansard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know at one time one of the members of Meridian Foundation, Parkland County, did not want to be involved in any affordable housing project unless it was seniors. So has this issue been resolved within Meridian Foundation and Parkland County's member being able to vote and have guidance over that project as you partner with Spruce Grove if it's an affordable housing project for families, not seniors?
So, do you want to answer me? Okay, the answer is no, Councillor Hansard. So the one member of the Meridian Housing Foundation, Parkland County, still does not see that their service is in affordable housing and is only for seniors lodging and seniors for it. This is a joint partnership between Spruce Grove and the Meridian Housing Foundation. So the money coming for this project will be coming from the City of Spruce Grove, which is very, very similar to what we did in Town Stony and Plain with the Folkestone Manor,
right,
which was the money came from the Town of Stony and Plain and not the foundation itself or Spruce Grove or
Right.
Parkland County. So it was done as a one-off basis, which is similar to this one.
And there are no requisitions to the taxpayer to pay for that in any way, is that correct?
No, there is no requisition for this because this is not the seniors affordable housing.
And just on that, through your worship, they're still working on the details for this project. It is not a full go-ahead shovel-ready project. They're working on all the details.
Okay. Any other questions for clear understanding on this? No. A question to the board appointee in terms of the Spruce Grove Lodge, and this is something that all three municipalities are behind. Can you provide a little timeline, because these minutes are from October 3rd, and now we're into January 13th. Any updates since then?
So there, through you, your worship, to the rest of council, the project in itself has broke ground. They are working on it. There was some concerns with CMHC and such, but all those details have worked themselves out, and this project has started.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments for clear understanding? Okay, see none, call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Okay, move on to number 8 on our agenda, which is bylaws. So we'll deal with the bylaws in order. 8.1 is the bylaw 2711/DNP/24, and this is for the North Industrial Area Structure Plan for second and third reading. Go ahead, administration.
Your worship, to all of council, our presentation was during the public hearing. We have no further information at this point and are ready for any questions or comments that council may have for us. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, administration. Before I accept the motion, does members of council have any questions for clarity understanding before we move on? Okay. Councilor Laurie for second reading, please.
Thank you, your worship. I'll move that town council give second reading to bylaw 2711/DNP/24. As amended, a bylaw to adopt a revised North Industrial Area Structure Plan.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Members of council, we had the presentation, we had the questions for clear understanding, and we had the applicant come forward. So I'll open the floor for questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, your worship. And I'm just looking for clarity actually on the recommended motion because it's stating second reading as amended to the adopted revised North Industrial Area Structure Plan. What was the amendment that was made?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, there was a slide with a summary of the changes. They were generally just update based on some of the information for the additional studies, as well as a slight tweak to the area just to accommodate some of the transportation impact.
And those changes were material enough to the original motion from the first reading to require as amended motion?
Correct, yeah. No, the standard practice is if there are any changes, we do note it as amended.
Excellent, thank you. Just wanted to make sure that we covered it.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate on that? Okay, so maybe just a comment to administration. In terms of the conversation and the questions asked by members of council, again, council is fully aware of the kind of land and conditions that we have in the North Business Park and throughout all of town. As everybody knows history, Stony Plain was built on a bog. So just in terms of that, going forward, how would administration, keep in mind the comments that were raised by council?
Thank you, Your Worship, and all of council. Yeah, I can give a general comment to that question. So with respect to the comments heard tonight, we're always keeping top of mind how to work with our development community on how to build long-lasting and impactful developments for the town and ensuring that they meet the standards of today, as well as considering that the lessons learned we've had from some previous developments and upgrades to town infrastructure, so that we make sure that we're moving things forward in the appropriate direction. So council's comments will be are heard and are things that we'll take back with and work with the developers consulting team as well as the developer itself.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. I see none. All in favor of second reading? Okay. Moving on to third reading. Councillor Hansard, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2711, DNP 24.
Thank you. Administration, anything to comment? Okay, members of council, any more debate and comments on third reading? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a general comment, actually, of appreciation to our team in engineering, our team in land use and planning, our teams in ECDEV that have worked so hard to move this forward. I think it's exciting to see new development going up in our North Business Park and at a pretty steady pace. And so that's exciting for us as a community, and appreciate all the work that staff have put in to make that happen.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Is that up? Okay. Okay, I don't have any, but again, I'd like to echo those comments. I had an opportunity to read the file and get involved in quite a few of the area structure plans for the North Business Park. I understand that our staff have been on top of this and working with the business owners and the landowners to make sure that this comes in a timely manner to address some of the issues that they may have had. I'd like to see that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed in terms of the traffic impact assessment, and also the I think I like what our staff said is we're taking the things that we've learned in the past in our community and bring that forward to new developments. And I think that bodes well for me, because I think we've learned a few things with our own municipality of what we should be looking for. And going forward, I definitely hope our staff keep the eye on the ball to make sure that there is the least amount of problems in the future as possible. So thank you. Okay, with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of third reading? Okay, that's carried. Okay, moving on to 8.2. This is for bylaw 2712 for the land use bylaw 224 for stage 5 of the North Industrial Park. Administration, anything to add?
Through your worship, all of council, no, nothing further. Presentation was during the public hearing. We're available for any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions for clear understanding before I accept the motion? Councilor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2712/LUO/24 as amended by bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2686/LUO/24.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, the floor is open for comments, questions, and debate on the motion for second reading. Questions, comments? Debate. Okay, just wanted to make sure, I just want to thank administration for bringing this forward and working with our land developers to bring this to this point. I think members of council mentioned that little northern part extension of the storm pond, and I think that comes from lessons learned. If we already had an area structure plan that was approved this area that dealt with the storm and the drainage in that area. If we're going to add a little bit to this, we need to add to the storm pond, which addresses that issue. So thank you for working with their developers, the landowners, to make that sure that that happens. And I know in other municipalities where landowners have pushed back on those requests, and I'm glad that the developer here has agreed to make sure that the whole subdivision is safe, so that we don't have any additional floodings, and we're able to manage and hold the storm that's happening in that area. More comments, questions? Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I just want to make a quick comment regarding the development in the North Industrial Park. I think it's important to know that when we ask the questions of our developers, it's because of the experiences that we've had over the last couple of years on council and some of the trials and tribulations that have gone along with it that have cost the town a little bit of money that was very unexpected. So it's not that we're trying to be difficult up here in any way, shape, or form. We're just trying to make sure that the development is done in the best way that it can. And we all know that things do happen from time to time, whether it's the development or something that we missed along the way. So that can happen, but we all try to do the best that we can, and that goes for all the developments within our community. But I think it's really important as well to know that we as councillors sit up here and appreciate the development that goes on within our community to see the next stage. And I'm very excited to see the industrial park moving ahead with some new business new business opportunities that may come out of it over the next year or so. So thank you very much to the developer there, and I look forward to that aspect of our community, helping to diversify the taxes within the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Any other comments, questions, debate? See none, I'll call question. All in favor, second reading? That is carried. Okay, moving on to third reading for bylaw 2712/LUO/24. Councillor Loyens, please.
Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2712 LUO/24.
Thank you. Administration, anything else to add? Okay, members of council, I'll open up floor for questions, comments, and debate on the motion for third reading. Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on to 8.3, which is the bylaw 2708/LUO/24 for the land use amendment for West Terra Stage 19. Administration?
The worship of all of council, similar to the previous two bylaws, our presentation took place during the public hearing. We're available for any questions during council debate and discussion.
Okay, thank you, members of council. Asking you to recall your memory from the presentation. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, see none. Councillor Meyer.
The town council gives second reading to bylaw 2708/LUO/24 to amend land use bylaw 2686/LUO/24.
Okay, thank you, members of council. I'm going to open the floor up for questions, comments, and debate on the motion to amend the bylaw. Any questions, comments, debate? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to highlight a little bit of a miss again when we were talking in the initial. There was again some conversation going on about R2 and as well, and it slipped my mind, and it must have slipped all of our minds as well, because directly across West Terra Drive, there's actually a significant amount of R2 development that still has available lots and still has homes being built on it at this time along West Terra Lane. Looked at Qualico's map while we were there, and looking at the town's map here. So we do have R2 lots in West Terra right by the park that are available for people who are looking for that larger product in the same area of town.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Pletchko?
Yes, thank you, Worship. Just in comments to that, I did make reference to that across the street. If you happen to drive through there, I think there is 2 lots that are vacant right at this point in time that are left to sell. The the rest have houses on it, just on the corner, correct? No? One?
Thank you.
Oh, thanks for the clarity.
Yeah, for clarity on that, so all of the pie lots on the inside of that corner are all still vacant.
Right.
So many of the lots along the park side have homes, and a few backing onto West Area Drive have homes, but there's probably at least a half a dozen or more R2 lots available there that have been there for quite some time. I don't know the exact amount of time since they've been available and developed, but certainly long before Stage 17 was serviced.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate on second reading? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just seeking some clarification that maybe administration can help this evening. Our presenter spoke about South Creek and had mentioned a second entrance. I'm just curious if administration could just sort of refresh my memory to the situation and explain and just expand on that. Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer, the South Creek neighborhood has one primary access and one emergency access via 4-meter wide trail. There's the need for an additional full permanent access for the next stage. What was mentioned specifically is Stage 5 did receive rezoning and did have an overlay for the 0 lot lines in a Stage 5. However, they chose to go with a 4B, 4C, Stage 4 and B and C. So that there was just subdivided last year, and that is what they're currently developing there. So ultimately, there was some additional capacity that could be subdivided out, but only one of the two areas, either stages 4B/C or Stage 5, and the developer has gone with stages 4B/C, which includes some semi-detached and some single-detached onto the storm pond.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Follow up if I could.
Yep, go ahead.
So just for clarification, that was a decision that the developer made of their own accord, and we didn't pressure or lead them to that decision?
Through your worship to Councillor Myers, we had indicated that they could only proceed with the one given the constraints on the traffic, and they chose which of the two they went with, which was Stage 4, B, and C. Correct.
Okay, anything else? Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's no secret that 0 lot lines have been something that I've struggled with each time it's come through chambers. When I look at what's before us today, specific page 98 of the agenda package is what I'll reference. Two concerns for me. The first, ask some questions about the rear lane access here and the access out onto West Terra Drive, along with the two sort of main entrances, I guess, if you will, into this horseshoe development and then exiting onto West Terra Drive as well. And then with the neighboring West Terra wine there, it just seems to me that there's a lot of entrances going on here with street side parking and some real potential for some issues, which is my first concern. The second concern is around the 0 lot lines, specific to the two sections that are across from each other, one being the front drive access, one being the rear lane access. Now, I used to live in a home that one side was front semi-detached and the opposite side was rear lane access single detached. And one of the things that happened there is a number of residents along that particular road chose not to invest in the parking pad, they chose not to invest in the garage, and so that front street parking became very well utilized, creating actually a lot of traffic concerns. And no individuals that still live there. We're 20 years down the road. No issue with the home themselves, but they continue to experience a lot of traffic issues, parking issues, and those sorts of things. And we heard this evening that these homes aren't built with those parking pad, that comes as an added cost to the buyer. And so we're looking at a cost savings here for the zero lot line, but then potentially the added cost of having to put that rear parking pad and garage in the back. We have approved a couple of different zero lot line areas in the community under the assumption that we would have an opportunity to see them built out and hear from the residents that occupy those homes and purchase those homes or rent those homes, live in those homes, to hear what the experience was before we looked at expanding the zero lot line offerings that we have in our community. And so with that being said, I am not sure where my vote sits right now, but I have two concerns that I'd be interested to hear from my colleagues, whether they're shared concerns or whether there's some answers to the concerns that I've raised.
Thank you.
Point of clarity.
Yep. Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just looking for a point of clarity from administration in Deputy Mayor Anderson's comments there. He stated that a parking pad was not mandatory for the rear access. My understanding is that there must be parking provided on the lot. So they must have at minimum the parking pad. The choice of investment is actually if they go to a full build of a garage.
Through Councilor, that is correct. Again, 2 parking stalls are required per lot for a principal dwelling, which is your zero lot line home or a semi-detached, either type.
Thank you. And for clarity, parking requirements vary municipality to municipality, so it is very likely that in a different municipality, they may require 0 parking for a residential lot.
Through your worship, Councilor Laurie, that is correct. Some of the stuff that we found from the parking strategies or the study that we did, for example, City of Edmonton, some places don't require any parking, whereas in Stony Plain it's 2. Others differ across the metro area.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarity.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate the point of clarity. Thank you, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Plechko, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to share a little bit of my thought process on that R5 in this new area here. And I have a bit of a reserve, but I'll also wait to hear from other councillors to see where everybody stands on this. When I look at that subdivision, I see an opportunity for us to have 2 ins and outs. One tied into the existing drive that is there currently supporting the new subdivision 17, but I also see the one that connects West Terra Drive. My concern for this area is while that is an arterial road, it ties directly into a main highway that drives through the main part of our town. This part, that first entrance, is single lane. And if you're ever there during the morning, it can be backed up quite a ways where it is now. I can't imagine when we have 3 entrances into that side as to how that's going to be a major cluster in that area. So I'm just a bit concerned with that. I'm not so much. I appreciate the R5 aspect of it and it meeting some of the housing accelerator stuff that's needed and that part of it. But it's just the whole design that ties that into 4 major intersections on one side. And you can say what you want, whether a back alley is a major intersection or not, but if that's the access to where you drive and park, it will be a major access point. And yet it's shown as just a back alley entrance, which is another concern. And then we have 2 opposite the other side, one that comes off of West Terra Loop, and I believe it's West Terra Lane or Loop as well, that comes back out to West Terra Drive. So we're going to have 3, 4, 5, 6 entrances coming out onto an area that is very close to a major road. So unless I hear something different from council or administration, that would be a concern of mine this evening to move this forward or not.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Plechko. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, go ahead. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just kind of review my full thoughts on this since we're at that point here now. You know, as we've heard, the zero lot line discussion has been one that's gone on a multitude of times in chambers. I think I'm incredibly appreciative of what I see here today. I think it's a well thought out plan. I think stages 17 and 18 were as well. And I think when we're looking for a sample size and a true build out of a community to give us the feedback that we're looking for, what we see here is a perfect opportunity to actually receive that feedback that we are looking for. And I'm going to refer to an email that was sent after the first reading with all members of council on it. It was to the CAO. The CAO answered a bunch of questions for all of council about the zero lot line. And it talks about the total numbers. And so if this were to go ahead with the current numbers, the total number would be 108 total approved lots. However, 29 of those 108 are actually delayed for the foreseeable future, as we've heard, because they are in South Creek, and that development in South Creek can no longer occur until a new access is constructed to South Creek. At this point in time, we have no other zero lot line proposals that have been put forward towards us, but we do see similar type development happening in R5 in different areas of our community. And so as we see in the Brickyard, we have the R5 being developed, and again, same as being experienced in West Terra, it is a very popular product. And when we're looking at the point that we're looking at right now in the climate that we live in, we have a housing crisis and we have an affordability crisis. And while there are still people out there who want to buy and can buy larger homes on larger lots, there are many, many, many people who are looking for that first home, or who are looking for an attainable home. And I've gone through the new area that's already been construction in stage 17, and when you go through stage 17 and you go through some of the other areas of town with different zoning, it's almost hard to even tell the difference, because we have many areas that are duplex construction, and they're duplex construction, very dense neighborhoods, and frankly, they look very similar. There's very minimal. I do share, I'll say, a very minor amount of the concerns in regards to the access points. Personally, I drive West Terra Drive every single school day during peak times. I've got kids that go to Memorial, I got kids that go to Westview, and so that's on my route. From a congestion standpoint, I don't see any current congestion there. Ballpark around 100 lots total, I think, when it's fully developed. If it's developed at R5, absolutely going to add vehicles to it. I don't see it making a huge difference. There was a reference earlier. I had spoken about the rear lane access. If after this was developed, it was determined that the rear lane was a challenge, what were our options? What could we do? Could we change, make it a right in, right out? Could we close it off to access to West Terra Drive, et cetera, et cetera? And we were told by administration that absolutely. And the only challenge that came up to that was cost. And I've kind of racked my brain on the costs associated with that. And the only things I can kind of come up with are things like signage, maybe jersey barriers, or like 20 feet of fence to just close that off from West Terra Drive. So while I agree there would be a small amount of cost, I think if it does turn out that it gets constructed this way with this access, and for some reason that becomes a challenge, the cost of the town or the risk to the town of future costs on that is fairly minimal, and it's reasonable, I think, to go ahead, because more accesses typically in a subdivision are better. It eases congestion. When you have 3 different accesses that people can be turning in or turning out of, it allows people to go to the access that is most convenient for them and is closest to their end destination. And so when we are already talking about having zero lot line homes, we're talking about a little bit of street parking and things like that. That's where you run into, if you can keep those vehicles going to the arterial road in as short a path as possible, to me that makes sense. And it's worth this development looking at it the way that it's proposed, moving forward with that access. And if in the long run it is found that that access is causing an issue, there seems to be some reasonable solutions. Personally, I don't believe it would. I think we had some reference to some other areas in town where we already have very similar setups, and they're even in older areas of town, and they have quite a bit of street front parking, and we're not hearing issues, challenges, or complaints there. But we change traffic patterns and traffic controls on a regular basis as things are reviewed. One that I can think of off the top of my head is Brightbank, where we removed the three-way stop that was there, because when we reviewed the traffic patterns, we determined that that was no longer a suitable intersection for the way it was laid out. And to me, that would be no different here. So appreciate what the developers brought forward. Very excited to see the progress that they saw in stage 17 and 18. And hopefully if this goes forward, we'll see that same type of progress here. And that will allow us to get the feedback that we've been looking for on zero lot lines. Because while we may have approved several ones, until they're built out, occupied, and being lived in, we can't get that feedback. And if we only have, I did the little totals here in the other section, I think it was 17 in, oh no, hold on, sorry, 22 in stage 17 and 26 in, no, that's for this one, sorry. Administration, can you remind, how many zero lot lines have been approved in stage 17 and how many in stage 18? But I had them written down here.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, there are 11 that have been approved in stage 17 and a total of 20 that have been approved, 12 in one block, 8 in another in West Terra stage 18.
So 11 and 20, so we're only at 31. 31 in stage 17 and 18, in my opinion and in my feeling, would be a very, very small sample size, and would be very hard to base that appropriate feedback on. And as was mentioned, this actually includes a different product with the rear lane zero lot line that would give us another alternative to review that on. I believe it was Mayor Choi stated at the very beginning that Stony Plain was very slow to introduce zero lot line. We took our time because we knew that there were challenges with zero lot line when it was first rolled out. And we learned from communities as close as next door to us and as far away as wherever our administration frankly decided to look as they came forward with the land use bylaw. And there are many things in our zero lot line bylaw to address some of those challenges that were brought forward. There are things that we purposely left out of our zero lot line bylaw, and if memory serves me right, and Mayor Choi, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I believe this was even your motion, when this first came forward, the lots were actually narrower. And I believe it was you who actually, again, in the interest of making sure that we rolled this into the community in the best way possible, put a motion on to, I think, increase them, like, was it by 4 feet?
It's 1 meter.
1 meter. And so I think we've been very prudent with zero lot lines, and I get that it's something new in our community, but we are hearing and we're seeing that it's something that's needed. We are seeing that it's something that is providing affordable and attainable housing in a great part of our community, close to schools, where families need housing. So I support the way that it's rolled forward. I've listened thoroughly to the concerns that have been raised this evening, and I haven't heard any concerns that would cause me to think twice about pushing this back to the drawing board for some reason. Again, maybe some minor things in regards to traffic patterns and traffic flow that need to be looked at once it's developed and we actually see how it starts to function. But I mean, I trust the engineers that design that. I am not a traffic engineer, I'm not a traffic analyst, I would never claim to be, and if they're looking at this, they're designing this, and they're showing that these 3 access points can be safely accommodated and make sense, I'm going to trust them because they're the subject matter experts. So, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor Choi.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Hansford, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, first of all, anybody that knows me for all the years I've sat on council knows that I am deeply appreciative of a developer that comes into our town and stays a really long time building quality products so that people can come here and live here and help make our town better as they do so. We have much to celebrate in Stony Plain about our growth and the way it's happened, and for the companies that have come to help us do this. When we talk zero lot line, and it's a scary term to me because I've seen so much go so wrong on them. And I live in the world in real estate where you see the aftermath of that, not with the first buyer, the second buyer, the third buyer, but down the road. And although it was mentioned earlier, I believe by Councillor Laurie, that this debate, this discussion had happened in the 4 years I was not on council, I'm here. And I still tell you, I still have concerns about this. I do know that the price point will make a difference to buyers, so long as the developer will pass that savings on to the buyer. In many places, we hear, and I've seen developers in other areas, different developers even here, who say they're doing certain things to create a savings to the buyer, but I don't hear from those buyers, or as I deliver those buyers into some of those neighborhoods, I don't see that that's really that big a price point difference. Although the market changes, so everything is in flux constantly. It's really hard to sit in judgment of this, but this I do know, that developers have a way of creating a product that will be the best argument you can have for why that product needs to be offered in the future. Because you create the development that will sell now and use that as your reason to say, this is what the market is demanding, this is what buyers want. If you were building bungalows, I dare say, we would find that same argument. And there's many arguments against bungalows because it costs more for a lot, because you have to have a bigger lot to have the proper setbacks. It costs more for the cement. It costs more for the drywall as you put it, the framing and the drywall that makes that house. It costs more for the roofing. So indeed, it costs more to build a bungalow. But I'm telling you, there is a demand for bungalows. There's a really big demand for bungalows, but people aren't building them. And the builders are not building them to the extent they need to be built because it costs more to build and there's a bigger risk to them as to will it be bought. If I could lay down in the street and scream, it will be bought, I still don't think anybody would listen. But the point is, if you built bungalows, that is the market that you will use in the future to tell people bungalows are in high demand. If you build 2 stories, you will use that to say 2 stories are in demand. And if you build 0 lot line, small lot, single-family homes, you use that to tell people this is what is in demand, so this is why we build it. Knowing all of this, I still see a value to this type of development. I wish I could take a breath and see what happens in the other areas. Yes, we have an issue that Silverstone hasn't been built out like, not Silverstone, but whatever the subdivision is, to the south of Fairways. We don't have that answer. So now we have an opportunity to create 48 more lot lines. But if a councilor can dare say to a developer, don't keep coming back to us telling us this is what you want to build. Whether I sit in a council seat or not after this election year, because I'm sure going to try to be back here, I simply want to say I expect to see something that will allow a diversity of housing and not pushing like crazy on these small lot, 0 lot line developments, because I'm not going to buy that that's what the marketplace is demanding, because that's what people are buying. I know that story and I know how it gets created. But aside from that, I look at a neighborhood like Westera, and I'm wondering why we have this going on here tonight with the only people in council chambers are the developers. I don't see people from Westera out here. There's one person who did not speak. There's one person who did not really speak. But we don't know what the residents of Westera think about 48 lots like this, because nobody said anything about that. So how in the world is council to make a decision thinking that this is okay, because nobody showed up to protest, nobody registered, nobody came in to have a discussion with us? I haven't received one phone call, one email, nothing from anybody who might have had a concern about this, and my only conclusion is, well, the developer must be right, because this is what people want. Because nobody says anything to us. You've got 7 people sitting up here trying to make decisions for the community with no feedback telling us what people think about this. And that's a problem to me. So if that sounds like a counselor wrapping the public on the hand, yes. I want to be your champion, one of your best advocates, but I can't do it if you don't tell me or anybody else up here what you think and what you want. So we're at a decision point. We've got a ready, willing, and able developer willing to put housing up, and I know there are people who will buy it, and I know there are people who want to move here, and we've got a plan to grow our town to 30,000 people in a few short years, and we must do that. And that's another whole set of coffees with individuals if anybody wants to ask me why. But the point is this: we have to act in a wise way for the corporate best policy for the whole town. Not just West Terra, not just one area of town, but the whole town. And at the same time, we don't want to take those companies that come to help us grow our town and throw dirt in their face as if it doesn't matter that they've been building here for 20, 30 years. It does matter. And councils, every council that I've sat on has been appreciative of the companies who have come to help us grow our town in a good way, working with our good planning department to create the best development that we can. So my initial instinct is to say no to 48 lots of this, because I don't know what the other developments of this kind have given us in feedback. Councilor Laurie says we haven't gotten the feedback we need, and I think he's right. And had we gotten it, we would have it only on 30 lots. If it was all built and all sold and all, people living there and acting up and doing good things and growing a community much like Brookview that has become a very tight-knit community. You talk to the people in Brookview surrounding the hospital where there's a lot of on-street parking and a lot of small lot family homes that were created with parking in the back, parking pads that people don't use. They would all still prefer to walk on the street, and I would think, doesn't that bother people? And I'm sure it does. But when I've gone there year after year after year, and day after day in some cases, and talked to those people, they love that neighborhood. So I don't think Brookview is by any means the answer to why we shouldn't build more of that. In other communities, I see those neighborhoods become quite ghetto-like. That hasn't happened in Stony Plain. Maybe it's other things like our culture that creates a sense of belonging and identity and community pride. I pray that that continues. But I'm really torn. When the mayor calls for a vote on this, I'll put my hand up because we're not permitted not to. And then I'm going to trust that I've made the best decision I can with the knowledge that I have and the feedback that I got or didn't get. And then we'll move forward. And boy, will I work hard to make that a right decision. So thank you, everyone, for your time, and thank you, council, for listening. I'm actually pleased to hear there are 2 others on council who are up in the air a bit for whatever their reasons are. You heard them. But this council doesn't make snap decisions on things like this. We do give a lot of consideration, and I'll do my best job I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Pletchko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. A bit ago, we had a reference made to engineers planning this subdivision and knowing what that traffic impact would be. I'm just wondering if we can have a report that says what that study looks like, so it would help for us to understand the betterment of that traffic coming in and out of that area at a major intersection. Or if that's not correct, then just correct me for understanding that the engineers would have known all of that.
No, I think the conversation around there was that that comes with a detailed design later on after the zoning has been approved. So can you provide in terms of the engineering of the accesses? I think one of the issues that we have is the access onto the collector road of West Terra Drive.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, typically at the neighborhood planning level, when we're doing the area structure plan, that's where you would see the studies done that would show roads like West Terra Drive or West Terra Boulevard in terms of is there capacity there to meet those. Typically, you wouldn't see something at a scale of local roads onto collector roads as part of that. They would just be looking at the overall network of arterial roads and collector roads to make sure there's sufficient intersection spacing, signalizations required at those intersections, that sort of thing. So the degree to which we're talking about in terms of laneways onto collector roads or local roads onto collector roads is typically, I would say, below what we'd typically see. And again, those transportation impact assessments are typically done at your neighborhood planning level. Again, we do get them specifically if there's certain uses that are outside the norm for what those assumptions would be at the neighborhood planning level. I could kind of throw Tim Hortons out there a little bit as an example of where we would require something more significant. But for something like this that meets that density requirement that was proposed at the area structure plan level, we typically wouldn't see that level of detail.
Thank you. So just for clarity, there would be no engineer that would be specific to the impact on that road.
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, there would be at their detailed design. So after the zoning takes place and we're at the subdivision and they provide the subdivision plan done by a surveyor, there would be associated engineering drawings that would be produced and approved by our engineering department. And those there, before they get constructed, those would be looked at and designed by engineers, including traffic engineers, as part of that process.
Thanks for the clarity.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Councillor Loyens, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just for clarity then, the developers have heard our thoughts and our commentary to this back alley access road. And when they come down to just the land use change, and we're talking about the zoning change and the potential for the back alley access, they can still, when they go to their final drawings, not make that a through road, correct?
Through worship to Councillor Lawrence, that is correct. We've actually done some looking, and there's actually a median that would actually be approximately where the laneway would impact the collector. So it looks like it would already be, unless that was taken out, it would already be a right in, right out for the lane at this point in time. Just some stuff that we saw on the break there.
So then the concerns we have could potentially have already been addressed by that right in, right out.
Through your worship to Councillor Loyens and all the council, what as a manager of engineering or manager of planning, pardon me, just noted there's some other considerations in the road that aren't necessarily present in this presentation, and that's only by the nature of this is a land use planning maps that we don't see every detail. There are no measurements here that show the distances, the sight lines, the curvature of the road, things of that nature. So as the manager pointed out, there's a median that's currently there that's not necessarily in direct conflict with the all access ability of that, but it would likely lend itself when they got to a detailed point that would have to be considered. Now, one option, and I'm not saying this is what the developer would propose to do in this situation, but they could consider right in, right out. There may not be enough space to allow for parking in and around that location just by nature of that median being there. There are also, they may have to consider how they want to do that access a little differently. And again, this is completely speculative and just for council's benefit. The point is that they're going to have to look at those things in detail, and there could be an iteration where some changes the developer may have to propose may may shift some of these concerns. Additionally, the developers do present these plans with their own engineers and their own consultants that work with our staff that mind the expectations of the town council and the professions they work with, so that we ensure that the safety is paramount in all these applications. So the concerns with the traffic, the people that live there, those are always top of mind when we look at those things through everyone at the planning and engineering level, all the way through down to the operations side.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Plechko, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all the questions answered this evening. I'm just wondering, so this is really at the end of the day, if this come to planning, this meets basically everything that would be required for the town that council's put into place currently today. The only reason that we're seeing this, and I believe this question was asked earlier, but I just want to clarify again, the only reason we're seeing this is because we've had such an in-depth talk about zero lot lines at the council table that we get to see this on a regular basis. Had that not been a conversation, this would probably come to planning and be approved and move forward?
Through your worship, to Councillor Plechko. Generally, I would say any rezoning does require council approval because it's changing the land use district map. So technically, even disregarding the zero lot line element of this, it would come to council so that it would be approved to make sure that what's approved under the area structure plan or the neighborhood planning level does match that, and council provides that approval, if you would. Again, this one adds that additional zero lot line layer, given previous discussions with council on zero lot lines and the desire to have that figure that ensures that any areas that are allowed are given that approval by council directly.
So, further question to administration then regarding zero lot lines. Is there something that we as a council, because I think each one of us up here has a bit of a different understanding of what zero lot line looks like within our community for a development that we're trying to move forward because of density and a number of things that go on today. But I think we've had that discussion, and even here tonight listening, I think each one of us has a bit of a difference of how that subdivision should look and where it should take place and how it should take place. Is there a way for us to have that discussion maybe down the road? We need to get through this, obviously. It meets some of the requirements, and I'm glad to see that a lot of that is, but I still think that, you know, with the reservations that we have, it's nothing against the developer today. It's just our own perception of what we think is good for the community and how an R5 fits into our developments at this point in time. And I know we've had this conversation. It was one that we passed when I first got on council because we thought that there was a need, and we understood there was a need, and we've been told there is a need. Whether there is or isn't, I think Pat had a good explanation as to what that need really looks like based on what the developer is prepared to do. So going forward, so that we're maybe not so hung up on holding the developer up and stuff like that, maybe we need to set a bylaw, a policy, or something that states specifically what it is so that all council members are on the same page moving forward. Just a general question, I guess, to administration, if there's something that you could possibly answer along those lines.
Your worship, I could make a few comments in response to that that particular question or thought process. A bit of a summary to, or a bit of a perspective. As has been noted, Stony Plain has taken what, in our province, in our region, has taken a prudent, some would say slow, some would say too slow, some will say too fast approach. So council in the past has indicated, these are something that we want to know more about. And we learned some of that by watching our neighbors go about the development of these. Another way to know more about is through allowing some to happen and seeing what happens and understanding that and talking to people, doing, call it what you want. Formal, how many, how fast, so on and so forth, and informal, talking to people who live in the areas. That, has also run up against, as what's been mentioned, a need across the country, across the region, specifically in Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, and Edmonton for, houses to get built to accommodate people moving into Alberta, moving into our communities. Perfect world, we might have more time to understand the specifics of how they operate here in Stony Plain, but that's not the case. We have these. The approach has been prudent, deliberative, I guess would be another way I put it, by council indicating that, all essentially zero lot lines have to come into this particular chambers. That shows a diligence and a dedication to understanding the direct impacts on any particular one. So that would be my, I guess, overview or summary of where council has taken this over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. Going into the future, there are examples out there where these do not come to council. They are written up, there's a policy overview provided, so to speak. I'm sure our staff could provide details on how that is done, but they do not end up in the chambers. They are just part of the regular zoning applications, and they're approved. If the broad zoning is applied, then they are approved, administratively as they come in. That's a dialogue that could happen in the future, to see how that would apply and how that would work. If council is familiar, I know somewhere in the package, I can't give you the page number, but there's a list of regulations that are applied. So, the council still has to approve it, and those regulations have to be met, both in the plan proposal and then ultimately in the subdivision approvals and so on and so forth. It's the response directly to the question. Again, I don't know if that's exactly direct, but I tried to span it out to say this is not just a dialogue over the last 2 hours. It's literally been about 4 or 5 years in the making, and formally, and then probably in prior to that as well. Where does the council of the day take this over the next 6 months or 12 months or 18 months? Well, again, ultimately that is council's purview to decide that. I know that we do have some zoning LUB amendments coming in. I'm not saying that this specifically would be addressed specifically at that time, but that will allow this council to give some perspective on all manners of LUB changes that are being contemplated. Your Worship, I'll stop there. I may have may have caught it, may not, but certainly can clarify if needed.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll try to go through these points one at a time, though they're kind of disjointed, so just suffer with me. So first, and just for the benefit of the rest of my councillors, I'll just kind of speak out loud so you guys know where I'm coming from. So first, we heard this evening, well, actually forget that, I don't like the zero lot lines going across the street from each other. I share your concern, Councillor Anderson. I think those lots, those back alley lots won't be used effectively. And I think it's going to become a bit of a parking nightmare. And Councillor Hansard, I agree with you. Brookview it's a very tight neighborhood, and I don't think it should be used as an example either to speak against this. But what we are talking about is actually potentially a denser neighborhood than Brookview with the zero lot line. So I do think that changes the equation a bit there. I did ask earlier in regards to why they decided to forego the South Creek zero lot lines. And again, Councillor Hansard, I think it speaks to your how that story is created narrative, because they did have a choice. They could have, if this was what was selling and this was their priority, they could have made it their priority, but they didn't. And so now, what I'm worried about now, and it's I never watched Scooby-Doo, but my mom always makes the reference. I think anybody with a dog knows the Marmaduking thing where they slowly move until eventually they're sitting on your lap and it's not what you wanted in the beginning, but somehow they managed to find their way there. I'm concerned about that here. Because if we look at page 104, and I didn't appreciate this until the presentation this evening, but a portion of this R5, which I will note is already a densification of the area. Everything else in this area is R2 in the West Terra, except for what we've approved in stage 17, 18, and potentially 19. But if we look at page 104, we see that actually housing type to be determined. So like I say, this sort of Marmaduking thing that they're doing, I'm almost worried to say, is this going to come back a zero lot line request later on? I don't know. So I personally made a commitment to individuals when they came in, when we first approved the zero lot line, and I said I was going to wait and hear how what we approved turned out. I'm still sitting on that fence in that regard. Anyhow, sorry, moving on to another point, which I haven't heard anyone else mention, and it might just be a light point. But we're going to probably be sitting with a new federal government soon. And we also have a new American administration to deal with, and tariffs that will be coming down the line, which is actually what I kind of thought why we have to get this approval now. I thought I'd expect to hear so we can get some stuff ordered before tariffs got approved. But anyhow, all of what I'm saying is how our economy and what our growth pressures might drastically change, or at least change enough that we might want to sit and wait and find out. We heard safety. It's good to hear that it might already be mitigated, so that's a point to the positive. Another point I didn't hear anybody mention this evening, but is a significant contributor to the pressures to densify, is the defunding of the EMRB, which we happen to be speaking to later in the evening. So again, these are, and I'm not saying that we say no, but it is things that make me say, maybe I want to sit and wait and see how that plays out first. Councillor Laurie, you mentioned, and Councillor Hansard, you'd also asked the question, what's good for Stony Plain? And Councillor Laurie, I agree with you when you say family housing near schools. I mean, that makes sense, and that's a very strong point in favor of this development. As well, I would also agree that, I'm not sure who mentioned it, but our Housing Accelerator Fund does rely or count on us getting some houses built. So that ought to light a fire under our butts a bit. Anyhow, so that is a few to the positive, a few to the negative. Listening to the rest of my council, I thought I'd just share what I was thinking on the subject.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mayor. Any other comments, questions, and debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I'll provide my comments before we go to a vote. Oh, yeah. Motion, right? Okay, thank you for the conversation, and definitely as members of council here understand that council does take a deep look into development within our community and how that affects the community as a whole. Okay, I want to bring a few things that were not brought up on top of the conversation. Was in terms of the land use bylaw that we approved 2 editions ago when we added zero lot lines to our land use bylaw. This is already 10 years after other communities have already added zero lot lines to their community. Zero lot line doesn't mean that you're adjacent and next to your neighbor. You don't have a sharing wall. Like duplexes, 3plexes, 4plexes, row housing, that is also a zero lot line product. But they share a common wall. So to say that we don't have this in our community is wrong. We already have it in our community. What I'm hearing from developers and people that I talk to that are looking at entry market is, do I want to buy a row house where I have 2 neighbors on the side of me, or duplex or 3plex, or can I buy a zero lot line house where it's a single family residence that I do not share a common wall with anybody. Just ask yourself that. If you're in the housing market for the first time, do you want to buy a standalone house at the same price point as a threeplex? Right? That's what we're trying to look at here, is the availability and option types for people. Okay? We talk about safety. One of the things that I talked about when this first came to council in land use bylaw was our high-intensity fire regulations. Currently within the town of Stony Plain, houses need to be either fire suspension or they have to have extra walls to allow that 10-minute break or whatever that rule is. When this came forward, I asked, how does that affect our HERF regulations? I said, this meets our HERF regulations. I said, what? Because it's property line to property line. When you have a house that has 3 feet on both sides to the property line, which I argue this, so you have 3 feet and 3 feet, that means it's 6 feet from actually building the building, but you need sprinklers in that house because it doesn't meet HERF regulations. But if you have a zero lot line that has 5 feet from property line to property line, it meets HERF regulations that you don't need a sprinkler. So we talk about cost and affordability. Not only are you saving cost on the frontage, you're saving cost on not having it sprinklered. Right? And we talked about those rear lot lines, rear yards. The cost savings is the frontage, and also that there's no front attached garage. But there'll be 2 garage pads in the back. So if somebody wants to build the garage on top of those pads, that's on to them. But that gives that affordability of somebody that's entering the market to have that option. Okay. What else do I want to talk about? Okay. One of the things I did not like about zero lot lines when we were first reviewing this quite a few years ago was that they allowed zero lot lines with front garage accesses across from each other. We heard that from Spruce Grove. We heard that from Fort Saskatchewan, Leduc. Those do not work. And what did we do? We created zero lot line development guidelines that prevents developers from doing that. We learned from that. So to say that we're jumping in this, we're not making thorough deliberations, we've already talked about all this. I think members of council have mentioned about zero lot lines and not having access to their backyards. Yes, that did happen. That happened to the municipality next door to us, because they allowed zero lot lines to 3 and 4 plexes. We learned from that. We added that here to our regulations. Zero lot lines are only permitted on detached dwellings. So you can't have that ever happen in the town of Stony Plain. We did that because we thought about it. We let other people do it, make the mistakes, we learned from them, and we adjusted them so it was the uniquely Stony Plain way. Right? And we talk about what's best for a community. I think Councilor Hanson said, we want people to come speak to us. 100%. We talk to them in the grocery stores, we talk to them when we're getting our haircuts, when we're doing other events in the community. That's the advocacy, that's the conversation. Through that, they elect us to lead. That's why we had the land use bylaw. That's why we went to the residents. We had those open houses and pop-ups, and we talked to the residents of what they wanted to see. So that's why we came up with the development guidelines that we do have. So there's roughly 19,000 people in this community. Out of the 19,000 people, if there's 10,000 different voices of opinion there, we members of council, 7 of us, are we going to argue and advocate for each voice? We would never be able to get anything done because there's so many different opinions. We're trusted to lead. We led by making sure we did our due diligence, we reviewed the stuff, and we brought things forward. You know, Councillor Plechko made a good point. Why is this coming back to us? Because we as Town of Stony Plain Council are cautious. We wanted to make sure that we had a better eye on this stuff. That's why 15 years ago, when Qualco and a few other developers came and wanted zero lot lines, we said no. We took the heat for that. We waited until the other municipalities developed up, and then we took the best of those practices and made it our own. Right. So when we go forward, it's not about the people that come and speak to us during the public hearing. That does weigh on us when we deliberate and look at things. But we've all been around this table when we had a chamber full of people arguing us, telling us not to rezone something, and council did rezone something. Right? We heard them. But we also have the larger picture of what's best for the community. We've also had the chamber filled with people telling us to do one thing, and we agree with them. Because we as a council looked at the overall picture of our community, how we want to develop it. So being elected in this office and sitting around this table, we're elected to lead. And I asked members of council to vote in favor of this, because we chose to develop the community that we want in a way that is respectful to the developers and the current residents that are here. It was mentioned here that a little while ago when administration came back with smaller lots, we pushed back because that was not the Stony Plain way. Even these lots today are larger than our neighbors next door, larger than one in Edmonton, Leduc, Beaumont, because that is the Stony Plain way. It's not about doing what other people are doing, it's doing what we feel good about doing. Okay? And I also have a commitment to the residents that I see it every day and I talk to them for the last 18 years in council, was to provide options and affordability for people. We have many large lots that are still vacant, still need to develop. We have R2 lots that are vacant, still need to be bought and developed. We have R5 lots. We have R8 lots that still need to be developed. But as our commitment is to provide those housing opportunities. That is why we, at Stony Plain, adopted the housing strategy. It's not to build everything everywhere. It's to have precise, designated areas where we want to build. Right? That commitment is to provide many housing options at different price points for residents of today and tomorrow. It's not about building the large estate lots that keep everybody out, because if you can't afford that, then you're not welcome to Stony Plain. It's about making sure that our community is whole. And having R5 zoning here, and with this 46 units of zero lot lines, makes sense to me. So when I do the numbers, and I add the current approval for stage 17, 18, and 19, that's 77 zero lot lines in West Terra, in our community so far. If you add the 24 that was approved in South Creek, that's 101 units that we have approved if this goes through. Out of the 7,000 units in town Stony Plain, that is 0.001% of the residential dwellings in the town of Stony Plain. So I think we've done a good job of making sure that we have an eye on this and making sure it is done appropriately and in a way that we can show our residents why we're doing it and how we're doing it. There was mention about stage 5 in South Creek versus stage 4B and C. Yeah, it was a money choice. If you look at the development, stage 5 for the zero lot lines was south of South Creek Wind, which means they'd had to build infrastructure, roads, to do that test. But with stage 4B and C, South Creek Road is already built. The infrastructure is already there. It's business. And now, as a council, we're also very, very thoughtful in that as well. We gave them two choices. You either did one of those developments, but you can't do any more until there's a secondary access out. Again, that was not us jumping to conclusions and let them do whatever they wanted. It was well thought out, well planned by council and our staff. Okay. I had concerns about parking and driving in accesses off the collector road. Staff mentioned that we already have that in the community. So I looked at the map. Highway 779 is a huge arterial road. There's a lot of collectors that flow into it, 57th, 55th, Oatway Drive, 52nd, 48th, and I looked at them. There are already back alleys that are only a few feet away. And we've always managed that. Right? And I believe that our staff will be cognizant of that, because that's been brought up, to review and make sure that it is safe. We have engineers, we have people that will review to make sure that there's proper accesses, sight lines to all those areas. And also this adds more parking, on-street parking. We hear a lot about parking, but when you remove the front drive garages from those lots, you've just increased a parking stall for every lot. Okay? So I think we've been very, very fortunate as members of council to take a slow and cautious approach to zero lot lines. And this is just the next phase going forward. And we will continue to move forward. And that's why we have the zero lot line destination and how we want to see it developed. So we're not jumping all in. We're cautious. We review. We look what's best for our community. And best for our community right now, I believe, is to approve the R5 zoning and approve the zero lot lines. Thank you. Councilor Meyer? Close? If you like. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate for that, those comments, and the members of council for the conversation and the debate. I'll call a question. All those in favor for second reading? Opposed? Okay, that's passed. Councilor Laurie, third reading, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm happy to make third reading on this. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2708/LUO/24.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, we had a good presentation. We had good questions and answers. We had a good debate. And any more questions, comments, and debate on this before we call the question for third reading? No. Okay. On behalf of our residents, thank you, council, for your debate and conversations, because that is why we're elected, is to bring our experiences and knowledges to our community and to share those up together and then passionately advocate for what we believe is best for our community. Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, okay, that finishes 8.3. Okay, moving on to number 9, business items, 9.1. Go ahead, administration. We'll try to get this done before we go into closed session. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. The report before you this evening is requesting the appointments of the returning officer and the substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election. These appointments are an initial step in preparing for the municipal election and will authorize the required individuals to continue to plan and implement the processes for the election scheduled for October 20th, 2025. The election bylaw will come forward at a future meeting in Q1 for council's consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rich, for that. And yes, this is the time of the year again, and through the new MGA requirements, January 1st is the first day of that you can file your intent to run. So I'm glad to see this coming forward. Members of council, any questions and comments regarding the presentation? Okay, seeing none. Councilor Anderson, I'm just going to ask you to make that motion. Deputy Mayor.
The long one, right? I'll move that Town Council appoint Legislative Services Manager Teresa Olson as returning officer and Legislative Officer Christina Michaud as substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election.
Okay, thank you. I can call the question. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Sorry, bud. Okay, so moving on to number 10, which is council discussion. We'll do this fairly quick so we can move on with the agenda. Councilor Hansard?
I'm going to pass this evening, Your Worship.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor? Pass. Councilor Laurie?
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Councilor Meyer?
I better keep it going then.
Councilor Loins? Councilor Pletchko?
I do have something.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank administration for the fine job that they did at the Family for the community. Great response, lots of people out. Good job, continue to do that. And just one question for Public Works is from the Red Store through to almost John Paul II, there's a back alley entrance for residents along Highway 79. It's their only access into their yards, similar to Main Street roads. Is it a part of the greater snow removal that's going to be going on in the community? And if it is, when can they expect that to happen?
Through your worship to Councillor Pleshko and all the council, I'll be sure to pass that concern on to our public works operators. I know that as you mentioned, the snow removal operations is currently in effect. I don't have the exact schedule up in front of me, but I'll ask them to take a look at that and see how they can integrate that into their work.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? No. Okay, thank you. And I just have one comment just to add to that again. You know, this is, again, January 13th, and we don't usually talk about this, but there are lots of potholes on Highway 779. So if our staff can send an email to Alberta Transportation to start addressing those, once it freezes, it's going to get worse. Councilor Pleshko?
I'm just going to add to that, just so you know, your local MLA is very well aware with it. He attended a function on the weekend to have somebody local business that lost a tire in one of them, so it was a topic of discussion at the event. So,
well, that's good. We have some advocacy on our side.
You bet.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So that moves us to number 11, which is closed session. So again, the MJA allows members of council to go into closed session with our senior leadership team to talk about things and advice from members of our staff. However, no motions are made in closed session except for the motion to come out of closed session. If there's any motion to made or direction of our staff, a motion will be made after we come out of a closed session. I'm going to call for a motion to go into closed session, but we're going to take a 10-minute break before that. Councilor Pleshko, motion please.
The town council move into closed session.
8:35.
8:35.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. And then call the question. All in favor? Thank you. We'll recess for 10 minutes, and everybody can get out of the room that doesn't need to be in here. The motion that was made in closed session was the motion to come out, and that was made by Deputy Mayor to come out of closed session, and that was passed. Okay, moving on with, because of our procedures bylaws, we're past 10 o'clock, so we need a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. Councillor Loyns?
I make that motion.
Okay, all in favor? That's passed. And coming from the conversations from the two in-camera items, there is one motion coming out of item 11.2. Councillor Meyer?
It's not written on there. You have to read it from the agenda.
That town council authorize administration to finalize and execute a real estate contract for the sale of 4613 52 Avenue to Kick-Ass Caramels Incorporated in response to an unsolicited offer to purchase and in accordance with the Land Management Policy C-CAO/059 and the Municipal Government Act. 2, direct the proceeds of this sale to A, the repayment of Sorry, we're still following. The repayment of 4613 52 Avenue outstanding debenture bylaw 2495/DEB/13 and B, remainder to the general purpose reserve.
Yes, that is part of our procedures and what's required. Okay, members of council, we had an update from council, we had a conversation, and we have a motion on the floor. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, see none, thank you for that. I'll call the question, all in favor? Okay, and that is carried. Yeah, and it comes up to, that ends our agenda. Number 12, this is adjournment, so thank you, administration, for providing the packages for us and providing us the input. Members of council, thank you for reading your agenda packages and bringing your thinking caps on and conversation pieces to best have those conversations to decide what's best for our community going forward. So thank you for that. Yes, it is. It's welcome. It's good to be back. And we're adjourned. Thank you.
When Councillor Meyer made that motion, he said slash instead of dash.